What has he got for this? A speedy
How you
one.
doing?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
I guess since you said morality and purpose cannot be found in science, it would just depend on like what you're referencing. If you're saying a description of your psychological preferences would be considered within science, sure, but I don't think that you have to say that it comes from science in order to be like an atheist. As an agnostic atheist, I don't know if God exists and I don't believe that a God exists. And the only ones that I would really reject would be like the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, perfect notion of God that plenty of Christians like prescribe themselves.
So again, this is going to be just to highlight what we did last stream and in that last video, and kind of the major problem here is that Jordan Peterson's conception of what he says God is a very particular and odd one. His God, as best as we could kind of discover, is, well, honestly, his God was never particularly well defined at all, but based on what I've seen of previous stuff, his kind of God, which he does a bit of a Mott and Bailey bait and switching here, it is very much centered around the Judeo-Christian narrative and ideological like framework of God, in that that's kind of God's personality and intent, purpose, blah blah blah. But the way he defines God is kind of a more God, because we have the will to do something and or the desire to do a thing, and these structures, that these meta structures like narrative, like structures that we are constantly putting the world into and framing our world around, these large Jungian like structures, we that is kind of what God is. That God is our belief in that Jungian structure and the value that we find in there. Though he seems to think that some values are better than others in hierarchy, whatever, but that the true God is the values or the Jungian structures that are the best, that lead to the best results, and those happen to be the Judeo-Christian ones. Again, his definition of God is really fucking weird, to put it bluntly, and it's not particularly coherent. When you really start breaking it down, there's an oddness to it. But let's keep going. This is one of the big things that we're going to have a trouble with all the time, is that his definition of God is really, really weird. If he actually believes what he's saying he believes, it's really an odd one, and not even a particularly amazingly complex one, because at the base of it, then atheists aren't atheists according to him, and then it also doesn't matter that they say they're atheists, um as long as they have some kind of willpower. At least that would be my prescription. But again, he's a bit of a bait and switch. He wants us to have follow the Judeo-Christian narrative, but he doesn't want any of the baggage of the Judeo-Christian narrative. But let's continue.
So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
you're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God.
Yeah. So that's a big thing. It's like, they don't know what they're rejecting. Remember, that was the first claim. And then morality and purpose cannot be found within science. This is part of the thing. So this is somewhat answering more the first question than the second question here, or the second statement. But again, if you are rejecting the Judeo-Christian God figure and notion of the all-powerful, all-knowing, omnipresent being, and not necessarily by de facto or default the Judeo-Christian kind of ideological framework, only you're only excising the bits that are tyrannically linked to that kind of that figure, then again, I honestly I think he's probably just avoiding the fact that again, I don't think most people would say that science is a purpose of morality, or no atheist would say science is about finding morality. It's this is an odd deflection or an odd question, and it's not particularly useful for the conversation. But
God is
What typical Christians?
yeah. Typically, when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an
How
all-knowing.
about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience?
so this is a frustrating thing. Automatically, we'll continue.
Is a major influence on all of Catholic social theory. How about that, Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
What's
you
a belief?
believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
So there seems to be he is again another thing I would love to reiterate as many times as I need to. I don't. He is unnecessarily aggressive. Now, some people might be saying, "Oh, you're a snowflake." He's just, being, when you believe something, you want to argue it. You're going to argue with passion and with certainty. But it's like, yeah, but this is not matching energy to energy. And there's a degree of, yes, you if you believe something, you can argue with it passionately, but that doesn't always come out. Passion is not always aggressive, and it doesn't even need to be. He can be certain, he can be specific. And again, the fact that everybody always assumes that aggression is a good substitute for confidence, I'm not sure I like that, or I even agree with that, because from my experience, confident people who are confident in their beliefs and their knowledge are perfectly fine playing any number of games with any number of thought experiments, even if these thought experiments would 100% negate their belief structure, because they are well read enough, smart enough, and confident enough that they know that this doesn't matter. It does not do anything. Both because on a personal level, because they are not convinced by this, because they have absolute certainty on this, or enough certainty. And if they don't have absolute certainty, they have enough evidence and or strong logical and argumentation structure. They know the math well enough that they don't mind playing around with the game a little bit. Anytime Peterson is pushed a little bit on this one, he really kind of, there's a weird irritability constantly. And again, for somebody who is, again, trying to get engaged in a debate with people who are being relatively uh fine, they're not being excessively rude or arrogant or anything like that. They're strongly arguing their position, but not overly aggressive. Again, I don't think Jordan Peterson works in these settings anymore. I don't think he can do it anymore.
So I guess
How is that relevant to this claim?
you're basing a position of morality and purpose in some like notion of God that isn't the same type of notion of God that typical Christians would prescribe. Your notion of God is
What typical Christians?
yeah.
Almost all of them. Now, again, this is an extremely fair. This is the vast majority of Christianity as a social, engageable cultural marker believes this, or has some degree of belief in what this kid has just said. Now, are there intellectual figures that believe that have presented and argued for certain perspectives or qualities of God that are not absolutely and specifically related to this figure, and that God's existence can be reflected or seen through other means, maybe. And again, we shouldn't discount them. The problem is that he's going to make statements like Cardinal Newman. He's going to probably mention some other ones. The issue is that this would be like, say, this on the opposite end of the spectrum. This would be like if I were to ask the average individual, let's say American, how many genders are there? The vast, vast majority of them are going to say two. Now, for the most part, from what we know academically, that is kind of incorrect, as we would understand it from social sciences, psychology, whatever path you would want to take with this, sexual sciences, gender studies. This would probably not match up with the majority of academia. But again, he's not, and most atheists are not necessarily rejecting the entire intellectual, academic formations and ideologies and aspects of Christianity. They're rejecting the common one. They're rejecting the social and cultural one, the dominant one. Now, this is made even more particular because, to be quite fair, which I don't think Jordan Peterson is going to be on this particular subject, the vast majority, in fact, probably Cardinal Newman themselves, if you were to ask, does God exist as the Bible says he does? I think you would get a far more complex and one that is definitely incorporating the all-knowing, all-seeing being, consciousness, blah blah blah, the God figure, rather than God being a manifestation of our own uh, goodness that is evident in all of our in our acts, or some weird shit like that. This so he's really arguing against it. Well, more importantly, I would say he's kind of creating again a really unfair argument against this individual, because, like, yes, you can find probably more than a couple of academic and kind of introspective Christian figures that are going to see God as less as a figure and character, and rather a perspective, or an internal process that we've had from the beginning that orientates us towards good, something like that. A recessive gene of goodness, if you. I don't know. Yeah, sure, but is that what the vast, vast majority of atheists are interacting with, and is that what the vast, vast, vast majority of Christians believe? No. So it again is not particularly convincing.
Typically, when I talk to Christians, they say that they believe in an
How
all-knowing.
about Cardinal Newman, who defined God as conscience? He's a major influence on all of Catholic social theory.
Kind of. And again, he does have some degree of influence, certainly. But I just, this is really, really ignoring a major function of his of Christianity, and a major characteristic that everyone is interacting with. Um, just because you found some high-minded and interesting figures does not mean that they represent the whole, or even that their theories were that revolutionary. Because again, if you walk up, I can't imagine Jordan Peterson would try to do this, though he might, because he's become incredibly obstinate, would argue that if I walk up to the average Christian on the street and I say, do you believe that God, as in like what is described in the Bible, the being exists? If they are being honest, the majority would say, yeah, I do. That's the end of it.
How about that, Christian?
Sure. So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by believe?
Do you think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean
How
when
is
you
that
say you
circular?
believe?
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
I said you think it to be true.
All right. So if
What's
you
a belief?
believe something, you stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it and you die for it.
So here's what I dislike is, again, Jordan Peterson, he doesn't speak with specificity anymore. And I know people are going to say, hold on, he's being very specific right there. Not really. He is being narrow, perhaps. He is being terse and incredibly short with his description of word, but that does not equate to specificity. That does not equate to any kind of detailed thing here. All he's saying is like, okay, what do you stake your life on it? If you believe something, you stake your life on it. Really? Like, am I staking my life on my belief in the chair I'm sitting on? Like, I think it to be true that it exists, and I sat down on it. Does that mean that again, it's this trying to make it sound more profound and extreme than it can be, or it's again this desperate need to sound intense and profound at all moments and times, despite the fact that this is not particularly profound or even explanatory. So belief is, I believe something, I stake my life on it. And again, the previous kind of question there is like, okay, is it circular to say, I believe something, or do I think it to be true? That's circular, not, or that's a circular definition right there. I'm not sure if I would agree with that, but I'm not going to split hairs on it too much. But this notion that you stake your life, belief is whatever you define as you stake your life on it. It loses too much. It loses too much character and quality of what belief might entail, or knowledge, and the belief in our knowledge and the belief in our experiential data. We lose too much by simply saying, oh, you stake your life on it. That is not a great explanation.
That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you say. It isn't something that's associated with logical consistency. It's not declarative. It's not propositional.
So it's not declarative. Sure, it's not propositional. Again, he keeps saying these words, and I think he only meets an incredibly narrow understanding of that word and ignoring the vast majority of what these words are meaning. But sure, your belief, it's not based in logic or structure. Sure. So again, but that would, you're so essentially, a better way of saying this is, belief is an irrational, illogical uh knowledge claim that supersedes all of those qualities that could deconstruct it or otherwise undermine it, to such an extent that it overrides even self-preservation. You stake your life on it, so it overrides your own self-preservation tendency. About, oh, okay, I guess that would be belief. Uh, sure, sure. It still is, again, this performative energy is a little bit much, but all right.
It's not a figment of your imagination. It's the
Well, that nothing about any of the previous qualities would suggest that belief is not a figment of your imagination, and we could absolutely have a belief where you are that is illogical, irrational, that is intractable and otherwise untouchable, and one in which you risk your life for, um, or that would override your self-preservation tendencies, but is, we absolutely could have that. I don't
it's
know.
not propositional. It's not a figment of your imagination.
Like, it could absolutely be a figment of your imagination. There's literally no way for an individual to know whether or not their belief is a, well, again, that would be kind of circular, and literally couldn't be, we could not figure out if our belief was a figment of our imaginations because it is not rational. It's not based in reason or logic. It is supersedes all of those things. Our belief is so powerful it overrides our sense of self-preservation, so much so that we would stake our life on this belief regardless of all other considerations. It's not a figment of our belief, figment of our imagination. We literally couldn't figure that out because the only way we would be able to figure out if it was a figment of our imagination is by using some of those previous processes. It supersedes those things. You can't have. Sometimes I wonder if it would be helpful for Jordan Peterson to take like a computer logic class or something like that, to where um you basically say, okay, now delete Windows 32. See what happens. Does the computer turn on? Like, he doesn't seem to understand that if he is if he believes in this kind of almost programmed, like, hierarchical structure, these essential qualities that define our existence, one of them being some kind of godlike thing, and there's this these values or these things that guide and rule us, and more importantly, belief could be something that overrules us. Again, that would be like if I were to go into a program and run through the administrative process. I decide, which priority. I think you could still do that. I don't know if they've locked this around, but back in the day, way old, is that you could kind of prioritize which processes or which programs and which things had absolute priority. Now, at the very bottom and the base of this, it was basically like Windows 32 and basic Windows operating system stuff. That was the absolute, you cannot go any lower than that. This thing always takes precedent. And the old warning that the old computer teachers or whatever and programmers would tell you is that you don't want anything ever to substitute that, or to interfere with that, because if you do, the computer will just shut down. Shit will just not work, because you can't have some, like a video game, you can't have any other program take precedent over that, because that's like, those things are like the processes of your heart, your lungs, your nervous system, all the basic functions that are required for life. You put that something that is in the middle of that, that isn't very useful, like speaking or anything else, again, it'll interfere. So when there needs to be an update to oh, hey, I need the heart to beat, there's this conflict of priority. Do I speak or beat the heart? Do I speak or beat the heart? And I speak, because that is taking precedent over the heart. So you have this conflict, and because the computer is very fast, it's running the thousands and tens of thousands of computations and checks and rechecking, and it's always doing these, sending out constant little messages saying, hey, where is the mouse cursor? Hey, where is this? Hey, is this still connected? Hey, is the CPU hot? Hey, is the CPU God, hey, is this God? It's constantly checking this shit all the time. So when all of this is there, if you have a program that is now taking precedent to that, it will cause unbelievable chaos. So again, much like this, if you have a belief that is superseding all over things, there's it is that. You cannot touch it. It cannot be touched. And any other process like logic or anything like that, like it absolutely could be a figment of imagination, because there is no way to intercede with that belief. Not any way at all. If it is this fundamental and if it is irrational, illogical, and cannot be done that, again, there is no way for an individual to be able to determine if it was a figment of their imagination by the simple fact that the belief in that figment of imagination prioritizes it at such a high level that any of the previous lower level processes of determination of checks and balances, you might imagine checks and balances, this is the ultimate authority. And if one of my figments of my imaginations is put into my belief structure, it can never be challenged by any of the checks and balances. That's a simple truth. Again, this feels like, again, Jordan Peterson doesn't quite understand what a hierarchy, and a logical hierarchy, if you will, if even, or a rational or even an irrational hierarchy, or even just hierarchies itself. It seems like he doesn't seem to understand what that'll actually mean if he understands these terms as he uses them.
It's the presupposition of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it that makes you an unstoppable force.
And again, nothing about this would make you an unstoppable force. Again, so that's just theatrics. So we can ignore that. But again, this is what I don't like, is that he's trying to mix together explanation and rational debate with this theatrics here, and it's really bothersome, because it turns it into like some kind of weird performance sermon that is just not, for me at least, it's not effective.
Okay, so you're saying that
And at best, it's emotional reasoning.
you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then,
How would you define belief? Something you say?
can I explain? Like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't be
life?
so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me?
So again, this right here, his reaction to this, I think I'm going to get a little psychoanalytical here. I think that he's having a really, really heavy reaction here. And one of the reasons I think that is true, why he's having this reaction, is because I think he has worked himself into a position that is very extreme, very much a position of authority, this guru status. He has been talked up by people around him, by his sycophants, by everyone, and he himself has done this, and his challenge and tribulations, he believes himself to be this truly heroic figure going through this great hero's journey, battling against the terrible odds against him. I think he is catastrophized and narrativized to such an extent his story or his life that the lingering and the fact that he still has doubts, and more importantly, he knows he does lie about things. Might be small little white lies, might be bigger lies, and I think he is deeply, deeply, deeply in denial about that. And so much so that even the mention of this is throwing him off. Again, his immediate, what do you know about me? You know, you wouldn't lie to save your life. Don't be so sure. You know, so it's just like, okay, so shall we put it to you? Jordan Peterson, is there a microphone in front of you that you are speaking into? And if you say there is one, I'll kill you. You'll die instantly. Honestly, and again, this is one of those things where again he says this, but it's like, it's okay, you wouldn't lie at all to save your life or another life. Like you just, I don't know.
Sure.
You wouldn't lie.
This, and again, everyone's like this. This is just he's like, again, his response. Fair. If you read a little bit of like this, I'm sorry, this is preposterous, and it is preposterous because we know for a fact that this is not true. And if it isn't for a fact, then I'm sorry, his belief is not particularly a value system that we would want to adopt, because if that value system leads to death whenever it is confronted with the question of falsehood, even a potentially non-consequential falsehood, or even so, like if it can't deal with nuance and with uncertainty and with the potentiality of lying by omission, lying by, and more importantly, that's another thing, is that Jordan Peterson does lie. He lies by omission. He deliberately ignores and omits and cuts out, like a teenage girl cutting out a picture of the boy from the boy band that they like, but cutting out all the other ones. You know, not to be too weird about it, but like that kind of idea that you're cutting out only what you want, or a serial killer who cuts out the words from a magazine that he wants to use in different fonts that appeal to him. He is editing out a lot of meaning, and that is a lie of omission. If you know there is more that gives context or meaning to that word, phrase, or statement, and you are deliberately refusing to acknowledge it and presenting it as something different based upon your editing, that is a lie. So this whole idea that I wouldn't lie to save my life, that Jordan Peterson seems to be very aggressive about, it's horseshit. This young man knows it. Everyone there knows it, that this is, at best, a lie. At worst, if it is true, you are not somebody we should be listening to. Simply put, you're not even an idealistic figure. You're not even an ideal we should strive to attain but can never attain. You are literally a death-driving force. You are so rigid, and inability to be flexible in the necessity. Again, it's like a ship, or we could use any kind of engineering thing with no tolerances. There's no tolerances. There's no tolerance for any kind of vibration. There's no tolerance for any kind of weakness. It's perfectly tight. And we're like, okay, well, try to drive that. Try to fly that. You know what happens? We've done this before. We figured this out. When you build something with such fine tolerances, and then you try to use it out in the big wide world outside of a very tiny, rather than in this extraordinarily controlled artificial existence in a laboratory, when you try to use it out in the big wide world, it falls apart, because there's always going to be a little bit of shimmy, always going to be a little tremor, there's always going to be something. That was a great example of this, in an engineering sense, why you need the necessary cushion of lie and of falsehood and of pretense and all of these things, whether it's linguistically or even socially, culturally, philosophically, why you need this. Here's an actual engineering example. In America, there's a plane called the SR-71 Blackbird. It is, I believe it still is the fastest, or one of the fastest planes to ever exist. And it was a military application for spying. It was used extensively in the, I believe it was the 70s, late 70s, 80s, and 90s, and I think it was eventually retired. It just wasn't necessary anymore. But it's a very cool, fun-looking jet. And if you've ever seen the X-Men comic books, especially the old cartoon or whatever, the jet that the X-Men use is modeled off after the SR-71 Blackbird. It's pretty cool looking. When they were developing the SR-71 Blackbird, which is supposed to fly very, 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 very high and very, 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 very fast, because it's a spy plane, so it flies higher than any missile can get there, and it flies faster than any missile. That was one of the great funny things about it, is that if you fire a missile at it, one of its strategies was simply just to outrace it, because it's faster than the rocket, or any rockets that would go after it. And it flies so high that it just gets away. They are building this thing, it goes up, and every time they're building this engine, they're building this fuselage, all of this, they're building it into exact and precise measurements, and they want to make it very tight and perfect because they don't want any kind of, wind resistance catching it. They don't want any of this and that. They're doing all this stuff, and every time they fly it and try to get it to altitude as high as they're going, and they try to get it to that correct altitude, that correct speed, it just breaks. It just pops every goddamn seam, every rivet. Damn thing just almost falls out of the air. Sometimes they crash, sometimes they have to land, but they're all just, everything's bursting. And they realize that you have to go up that high, that fast, that high, that area, that the pressure causes everything to expand, causes a lot of the metal, the frame to expand a little bit. Not a ton, a decent amount of expansion. And because they're building it to such fine, precise, measured, kind of perfect tolerances. There's almost no tolerances. These perfectly fit together little rivets and these hoses, and everything's fitting together perfectly. The second that gets into actually altitude and actually gets into the big, deep kind of area of near space, it's not super near space, but it's super high up, very, very high, that everything naturally expands due to many factors. Pressure drop, all this kind of stuff, and everything bursts. So they have to build it on the ground wrong. So on the ground, many of the pilots and engineers talk about how it leaked like a sieve on the ground. Like it leaked, it rattled, it felt like a car, like a shopping cart with one wonky wheel. Like everything about this, it felt like the crappiest. Just, it looked like it would be terrible. It's leaking everywhere, leaking all manner of shit. Oil, every fluid on there is leaking. But you get that thing above a certain altitude, all of a sudden things expand, kind of start sealing up, and all of a sudden that thing turns into the smoothest, fastest goddamn thing in existence. Why? Because we understand that. And Peterson's ideology, even if you were to somehow think, oh, he's being really strong, this is what strong, kind of confident people are. It's like this. No, this is what people who die, who cannot actually survive real life. This isn't toughness. This isn't resilience. This is dogmatic zealotry at best. I mean, almost at worst, if he's telling the truth. And if he's not, then he's just lying, and it is irritable.
Lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Would you lie?
I'm going to, this would be uncharitable, perhaps, of me, but I'm going to go ahead and say right now is, one, you did. You lied a lot. You lied by omission. You lied by focus. You lied by this. And the whole idea of, I didn't lie to save my clinical practice. Again, if belief is so utterly self-destructive that you stand, let's be fair. Jordan Peterson, this might be a bit unfair, but let's characterize this. Jordan Peterson put himself career-wise on the tracks of a train that was bearing down on him. And when people said, hey, could you move to the side? That's not where you're supposed to be standing. Jordan Peterson obstinately and ignorantly and just categorically refused to move, because he said, no, this is where I absolutely must make my stand. And it's like this, well, you don't actually have to make that stand. This is not meaningful. This is like, I want to make my stand and change how we write our laws. Okay. So why aren't you standing in the Capitol building? Why are you standing on the train tracks about to get hit by a train? I'm not gonna free speech. It's like, oh, okay, you're gonna get hit by the fucking train, and then he gets hit by the train and goes, this is terrible. They deliberately did that. It's like, no, you stood in front of a train. All right. Even then, like, it's all, well, I just refused to move. This was the true position, and they were gonna run me over. How dare they? It's just, I don't know. It's overly petulant, and again, he did lie. I even will say I am still fairly certain early, 2013, 2014, Peterson, even maybe 2015. I believe he had more than a few fair points when it came to some of his controversies over the laws in Canada and all that shit. I do. Not that I 100% believe his position, but I think there's enough valid aspects to it to be debatable and arguable. However, the thing he doesn't realize is that he got a lot of attention. He got a lot of money. He got a lot of fame. Some infamy, certainly. But he became the darling of a growing reactionary right-wing media. And he's saying, well, I didn't lie to save my career. You didn't lie to save your career because you didn't mind it dying because you had the new career. So in many ways, your career didn't die. You changed careers. So it's not, you're trying to say, oh, it's terrible that my practice and my career as a thing was destroyed. It's like this. You literally were, that's the equivalent of like saying, oh, my car was destroyed by this train. It's so terrible and tragic. It's like this. You bought a new car, didn't want the old car, but decided, hey, I can make a few bucks on YouTube by filming it getting crashed into by a train. So you parked it on a train like some Jake Paul prank artist. Oh man, my car stalled. It's so totally really stalled. I'm being honest here, dudes. It stalled on the train tracks. Oh my God, the train's coming. Oh no. And this all been this big play act. And oh my God, my car was destroyed. But you bought yourself a new car for that. Like, again, I really, maybe I'm being uncharitable, but I'm going to be here and honest with you. Jordan Peterson, I don't think he's being entirely honest. I think there's half of it's true, but again, he's telling half truths, which aren't truths. Half truths are half lies as well. So I don't think he is very editing here. He is very selective in what he's remembering and how he wants to present this particular story. He didn't lie to save his career. Okay. Why haven't you... you haven't said a single negative thing about your little sphere of influence. You've existed in this right-wing media circus for so long, and you barely say boo to them. Is it just impossible for them to be wrong, or is it that you are ignoring when they are wrong? You know that just from a statistical standpoint, it's impossible that this conservative alternative media, heterodox academy style bullshit artists, even if we would say that they're really, really onto something, they're really touching the live wire of truth and really getting energized by it. It's just simply impossible that everything they're going to do and say is going to be true. The fact that Jordan Peterson spends almost no time critiquing and or pointing this out, that is a lie of omission. It is. If you are someone who says, I am a critiquer of this and I believe in truth and we're trying to find this, you absolutely good with the bad. It's the same critique that I have of Warren Smith, is that you look at his stuff, the vast majority of his little persona is dunking on or watching videos dunking on conservative right-leaning media. And then he's trying to present himself as, no, I'm a fair and balanced centrist or whatever. But then there's almost nothing. And I think there recently he released one video that could potentially, I didn't watch it, I just saw a general title, and it seemed like it may be potentially critical of a right-wing position, but it's hard to say. It's I think it's the safest critique of it you could possibly make. But again, that just tells me, again, you are not being honest yourself. But let's continue with Jordan Peterson, the man who will not lie.
Lie to like save your children, your mom, your dad.
I don't think lying would save them.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right. We get to the comment that I've been waiting for. So I heard this one.
I don't think lying would save them.
So the first thing is that you wouldn't lie to save your children. I don't think lying would save them. Again, he's constantly talking in some kind of strange abstract of all reality and logic or anything like that. This is some kind of weird metaphysical lying would create an alternate reality and or a non-truth based reality that would lead to the destruction. He's kind of like pretending that, oh well, this would be like substituting out Windows 32 for some other program, and this wouldn't save them. This wouldn't save the program by ordering this over something else. Like, again, this is utterly not engaging with any kind of, and again, he doesn't do this anymore. He doesn't engage with any kind of hypotheticals of any kind, primarily because he can't. Again, this is what is the problem, is that he has become a zealot. He has become so wrapped up in his own kind of theoretical bullshit. He can't actually deal with hypotheticals anymore. And he doesn't want to. And especially hypotheticals coming from young people. He hates young people. He loves young men who suck him off, who give him all the praise, and he loves seeing them grow under the shadow of his great and magnificent self. But God forbid a young person show him some degree of rebellion, which is part of this. He immediately turns into tyrannical asshole, and then he'll somehow try to say, well, it's part of, I don't hate them, I'm pushing back hard, this is what's supposed to be happening. And it's kind of like this. Yeah, but that's like, you get a kid in a boxing ring, a young teenager or whatever, and you go into a sparring match, and the kid starts sparring with you, and he's doing like 25%, maybe 50% speed, 50% strength, and then the boxing coach is going 100%. Everybody who's ever seen or ever done any martial arts, MMA or anything like that, they all know there's that dude who's always going 100% when in sparring, and that dude is fucking hated. Rightfully so, because he is an asshole, he is dangerous, he is violating the basic trust and the social and cultural nature of that little environment. He's violating the basic rules of it. He is violating many things. And then he's just going to go, well, it's a fighting sport. People get injured. Just like this. Yes, but you are deliberately, for your own pride, for your own arrogance, and for your own bullshit, you refuse to go 50% or 25%. You refuse that, and you always want to go 100% because you know the other person isn't going to go 100%. So this right here, this is why we call it like, when I refer to like matching tone or something like that, this is an important factor. Is that if you can see your opponent is being very considerate and trying to go only 50%, maybe going up to 75 or whatever, you immediately go in 100%. Just is, and even if you agree with what his approach, in the sense of it's stylistic kind of thing, the fact that he's going 100%, that is a fault. This is why I really find most right, and this is honestly a major goddamn problem with right-leaning individuals and the more pseudo-centrists, is that they just don't know how to speak and talk to somebody in a constructive manner. It's always deconstructive. I'll say this, it's always hilarious to me to say this, but honestly, they are some of the worst examples of postmodernist douchebaggery I've ever come across. They are literally the caricature of postmodernism that they railed against 10 years ago.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
And again, notice the jaw. Notice how precise and how he is speaking very forcefully through his hardened jaw. You must listen to me, young whippersnapper. You must. But I want to take a moment here, because I know it doesn't sound too extreme right there, what he said. Like, yeah, the tone is a little bit off maybe, but I want you to understand that what Jordan Peterson just said, if we were to take that at all to be truthful and or factual or some kind of utility of understanding the world, what he just said, understand this, that is probably one of the most vile and evil things I have ever heard a human being utter. And it is so dangerously ugly. You might be saying, well, hold on a second. Well, he's just saying, if you find yourself in a position of lying, you've made choices and you've allowed yourself, you've lived in so much sin that, lying is the only way out. That's how it's happened. I'm going to bring up an example here, and I'm going to try to find a way to bring it up in a way that doesn't violate, TOS or anything else like this. See how far we get. In this world, and according to that proclamation of fact, this snappy, snarky little comment that Peterson, and for a clinical psychologist, this is especially, I would ask, this is what, I'll say this, I'll pose it as a question to Jordan Peterson. Can't answer this, but maybe eventually through the workings of YouTube, who knows, maybe I'll make this into a statement, some short that,
I don't think lying would save them.
let's
Can there
see,
ever be a circumstance
can we set this up?
logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
My question to Peterson would be thus: as a clinical psychologist, you have almost certainly read and even perhaps been around and worked with children of severe sexual and physical abuse, children who have suffered this at the hands of their parents. And I have no doubt that you also have encountered, when you are working with these individuals or reading about these studies, how they frequently will develop habits such as lying or hiding of this harm that they have suffered. They'll lie to their teachers and tell them that the bruises that they have on them are from falling off the jungle gym. They'll lie. They will lie when maybe even CPS or somebody asks, are you okay? Because they're wondering. And they'll say, no, Dad is treating me great. I love them so much and they're so good to me. No, you're completely wrong. They'll lie. They'll lie to protect themselves. They'll lie to avoid shame and embarrassment. They'll lie. So if you are so certain of this, Jordan Peterson, I want you to look in the camera. I want you to remember the names of maybe one or two of those children that you worked with or that you read about, that somebody else was working with and you know their name and you saw them near your practice, or again, they were members of your one of your patients. I want you to look in the camera and I want you to tell them, Susan, the reason you lied is because you lived in a life of sin. You lived in a life of sin, and because you failed to make appropriate decisions, that's why you lied, and that's why you are a sinner living in filthy sin. To tell David that the reason why he lied maybe young David, one of those young men who is suicidal, who found your videos, and you cry when you hear about how it's changed their life. I want you to tell them that when they were lying to their parents, that they were fine. They weren't suicidal. They're fine. I want to tell him the reason you were lying is because you were sinning. And this is a choice you made. You were making these stupid, terrible mistakes all this time. And if you were lying to save your life, it's because you lived in a life of sin up until then, of mistakes and stupidity. I want you to speak with the same degree of dismissive, snarling, sneering hatred that you just spoke. Go and do that. Then, when you're done, here's my question. Are you a good person for doing this? Have you contributed positively and constructively to the world? Even if somehow, in some mystical way, you think you're true and you're speaking to the truest true, the truest truth that ever could be trued, what are going to be the results of such a truth? Think on that. And beyond that, again, you're living in a life of sin. Let's just then take another one. You're very, very confident in the valuation and the superior nature of the Judeo-Christian narrative structure. Isn't Jesus's whole shtick forgiveness? How the hell can I be forgiven for something or go through the process of forgiveness and of atonement if I don't sin in the first place? Well, then you have to do the appropriate right steps or whatever. Okay, well, if it's literally death, then okay, I've lived in a life of sin. I would like to get better. And then all of a sudden somebody points a gun to my head and says, is this chair here? If you say this pen exists, I'll shoot you in the face. And then it's well, okay, I guess I just have to get shot in the face because I want to find forgiveness. And again, it's not an immediate thing. It's not just magically, oh, well, you didn't accept Jesus Christ immediately into your heart fully. It's well, of course not. That doesn't happen. So the vast, vast, vast majority of people who might want to be a good person, who have to go through the process of sinning, but then go through the process of atonement, even if they're sincere in this, again, it's oh, well, no, you don't get it. No, sorry. You don't get to live. And even if they do get to go to heaven because they did truly accept their wrongness and they wanted to live a correct life, and then they live according to your value and they don't lie anymore, and they don't lie about this pen. Ha. No, the pen is here, and then they get shot and killed, and then they go to heaven. Even in that scenario, this just then contracts the consequences of this are devastating for so many other positions that Jordan Peterson wants to stake out. We're going to ignore the morally repugnant ideology of the only reason why you would lie is because you lived in a life of sin. That's just stupid. We're just going to ignore that, and just the consequences are nonsensical.
I'll give you an example. If you're in Nazi Germany, and it is the case that there's Jewish people in your attic and you're trying to protect them, would you lie to the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation.
Would you lie?
This is
begin with.
That's so insufferably stupid and arrogant. I would have done everything I bloody well could have to avoid this situation. How? You don't know the situation is coming, Jordan. You can't see the future. You're not a perfect prediction machine. More importantly, there are many times when you just literally can't. What if you wanted to leave, but then you were forced by the border guard to stay there? Now you're stuck in there. If you leave, you will be killed immediately. So you're stuck. So what do you mean, Jordan? This is utterly nonsensical.
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't be in that situation.
And if you failed, if you did everything you could and you failed, again, Whether we take this from a forgiveness route or we take this from a simple logical route, this doesn't make any damn sense. You cannot, you can't think like this. This doesn't make any sense. Again, more importantly, it's just him once again avoiding any hypothetical because he knows his ideological positions don't survive even a cursory test. I would have done everything I could have to avoid that situation. Great, you did, and you have not avoided it. Many people have done many different things and tried with the best of their ability and the best knowledge they have to avoid situations of great and terrible nature. And they didn't. Or they couldn't. Now they're stuck in that position. There's nothing wrong with it. They didn't necessarily do anything wrong. What's that old adage, or the old little phrase from the Star Trek Next Generation? You can do everything right and still lose. That's not cheating, or that's not failure. That's just life. Again, you can do everything right according to the information and understanding that you reasonably have access to and still not be in the correct position. Ergo, this, again, it's just a dodge.
To begin with. It's a hypothetical, and it's
You
not
can't answer
answerable.
hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like
What?
that because
Did
it's
you eat
far.
today?
Look,
Did you eat
don't
today?
play games.
I'm not playing a game. I'm just
Yes,
asking if
you
you
are.
ate today.
Look,
Did you eat
don't
today?
play games.
One, again, this irritation really, I think, shows to you how anti-intellectual Peterson has got. Don't play games. This is literally, that is debate. That is literally, even the nature of discussion is literally language games. Read some fucking Wittgenstein to understand, like, to a certain degree. I mean, that's taking the game a little bit too literally when Wittgenstein says language games and language is a form of game. But in many ways, it's not. Like, this is perfectly understandable. He has presented you a hypothetical, and it may seem very basic and silly, but this is not a hypothetical that is that hard to deal with. And he just refuses to do with it. And again, I think it's because, again, he is so egotistical at this point that any challenge, especially from a young individual, is going to be immediately met with a level of derision and snark that is not conducive to intellectual pursuit. This is why he is a pseudo-intellectual at this point, because he proffers and he offers the image of intellectualism without actually engaging in it anymore. Really doesn't. He might do it occasionally here and there with maybe older people or whatever, and it's always funny seeing him having to debate or be around people who are actually professionals in their field or who have some status quo, because he's way less aggressive and way more charming, or tries to be, which is annoying to me, but on a personal matter, that's besides the point. But yeah, it's also very clear when you're dealing with professionals, which is why I honestly don't think he does this anymore, and he kind of avoids it. He's avoided it for a very long time. Because anytime he goes to get up against anyone who is actually his intellectual equal, he gets kind of pantsed because he just can't deal with it. A great example of this is two people who are very used to getting into the weeds. Like Jordan Peterson loves getting into the mythological and psychological weeds and Jungian archetypes and all this stuff, and he loves talking in these big abstracts. Go watch his debate with, or his discussion debate with Slavoj Žižek. And it's kind of hard to tell because Slavoj Žižek himself is a somewhat very amenable and easygoing kind of dude with his debates and structures, because he just loves talking and he loves going into weird tangents and shit like that. You listen to that, it's pretty obvious there is a massive gulf in overall intellectual understanding and knowledge base. Jordan Peterson doesn't understand a lot of what he talks about. especially when it came to Marxism, which is hilarious because so Zizek kind of confronts him. Maybe we'll watch that. Maybe we'll do that one day. But Zizek finally kind of confronts him on this and his so-called understanding of neo-Marxists, postmodernists who are trying to take over the world and destroy it. And Zizek is, for the most part, he's a very open to all that kind of free speaker, like whatever, that's your opinion, fine, we'll go back and forth on this. He kind of confronts him on this and kind of shows that Jordan Peterson has no idea what that means when he says it. He doesn't understand jack shit of jack shit. And Zizek, whatever you may say of him, he may be somewhat of some degree of charlatan and some degree of a pop culture hound, sycophant for it. He'll write a book on basically any goddamn subject, and it's usually some pop culture immediate thing. He's almost like a slop YouTuber, just in more academic form. In the most, this is taking a pretty negative look on him. I still like a lot of Zizek, but even again comparing them, there's just can't deal with anything anymore. And I honestly, really, Jordan Peterson, if you ignore everything else I say, if you ever watch this and you just happen to come across this, I genuinely think you kind of need to take a couple months to really, really rethink stuff. Don't just go with, oh, I need to go and find my center again and, reaffirm my connection with God and the deity and blah, blah, or whatever shit you want to do. I mean, one of those existential, I'm going to go and I'm going to read quiet solitude and investigate everything I believe in the negative sense. I am going to do that. I am going to go into, and for a couple months, I'm going to put on the shoes of somebody who is not me, doesn't believe in what I believe. I'm going to go and try to understand, and more importantly, I'm going to approach it with good faith in the sense that they're right and I'm wrong. How are they right? In what ways are they right? Really deep dive that. I genuinely think he needs to do this. Jordan Peterson needs to do that. Because at this point, he is so far up his own ass, he can't even see sunlight. He doesn't understand even what he's doing anymore. And everyone else around him, they're just sycophants. Yes men sycophants. His fans in the comments, everywhere else, just sycophants. And this debate really shows the weakness that he has developed. The snowflake-like, defensive, anti-intellectual nature he has fallen into. And again, you wouldn't lie to these. And again, his umbrage at this, how dare you play games? Don't you play games with me? What do you mean? This is a basic, one of the most basic goddamn hypotheticals.
Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context,
it's not intractable. It's not like it's not stripped of context.
You back me into a corner, you're playing games.
And more importantly, the only reason you're being backed into a corner is because you have defined that corner. You built a wall that cannot handle a basic reality. That's why you're backed into a corner. That's why you feel the wall at your back, is because you penned yourself in. Again, you decided to build your house on the train tracks, and now you're pissed off that the train is coming through your living room. You built this. You staked your position out. You built your lighthouse out in the middle of the rough seas, and now you're bitching and complaining that the waves are hitting it? This is where you put yourself. Take accountability. Clean your room. Make your bed, young man. Take accountability for what you have done. You have made a position, ideological, and you've made a rhetorical position and a philosophical one, and it is being tested. And it's not being tested in unfair, stupid, silly, roundabout, these intractable positions, blah, 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 blah. This is a pretty obvious, this is a situation that many, many people have found themselves in, Christian or otherwise. Many people who have tried doing their best. And unless you're assuming you are God and perfect, you cannot I will do everything in my bloody well power to avoid that. Okay, now I want you to imagine you have, and it didn't work out. You couldn't avoid it. You are here. What is this? Oh, well, you've backed me into a corner. How dare you? It's like, yeah, yes. I'm sorry. You staked out such an extreme position. You built your house in such an extreme, untenable position that even a basic level hypothetical can easily point out just how unrealistic and anti-rational this position is. Suck it up. That's it.
I just told you
Hypothetical.
I would do everything that I could to make sure that I'm never in that situation. By the time you've got there, you've made so many mistakes that there's nothing.
Again, you've made so many mistakes. This is this weird, again, I will go back to my, what mistakes did the child make? What mistakes did the beaten wife make? Yes, you might, oh, well, I'm just speaking facts and figures. Like, yes, we'll just pretend this. In the absolute most cold, distant, factual, I'm going to say factual in a very ironic term, but let's just say this. We could say that when the woman who is beaten by her husband, viciously and cruelly and assaulted in many degrading ways, when she doesn't immediately go to the police, she is making a suboptimal, incorrect, a mistake. Doesn't go to the police. But unless you believe in this maximum perfect kind of behavioral thing, or you have the arrogance to believe that you could even attain something close to that or approximation of that, then you have to go like, there are so many factors and complexity for a man who, in a previous argument, somewhere in here, somewhere later in the first video, the first section of our analysis, made a claim that one of the reasons why atheists, their denial of God or refusal of God is bad is because it denies complexity, and it denies complexity, and it refuses complexity and nuance. Okay. Well, now in this same kind of perspective, oh, this was a mistake. Well, technically, I suppose you could say it's a mistake, but there are so many other factors that are involved in here, many of which are perfectly understandable, and there is some degree of rationality to it, even if it's not the perfect logic, rationality, optimal choice. Moreover, many times they are in themselves in a position because they didn't make a mistake. They simply didn't realize in the long term that this was a mistake. You can absolutely make a choice that seems right on the surface, and in the immediate present, within the months or years around that choice, it could appear to be right, but then something changes and all of a sudden it's wrong. You buy a property, or you somewhere, and you're like, hey, property values are going up and stores are opening and it's all great. The business is booming. So you open a store and business booms for a little bit, but then all of a sudden, oh, hey, look, because of, because somebody built a highway somewhere that cuts through a certain location. Now all of a sudden, nobody comes to your store anymore because it's too inconvenient, too hard to get to. And it's like 10 years down the road. It's like, well, you made a mistake starting your store. Like, what do you mean? There's literally, I had no way of knowing that a highway was going to be built there. And by the time it did start getting built, it's like, look, lots of my assets are wrapped up in here. Well, let's just sell them and move on. This is yes, if you are the most privileged of individuals, if you are if a relatively wealthy individual with no social, cultural, ethnic, or any other kind of limitations on you, your race, any kind of racial, ethnic, social, cultural, economic limitations that are irrationally placed upon you by irrational racists, bigots, or whatever. If you have a perfect kind of game, yes, congratulations. it's pretty easy to pick up and move or do these random things and make the right choices, theoretically. Even though, again, this is ignoring the fact that even in that position, you don't have perfect future sight, you do not have perfect predictability, and you can't possibly see all the probabilistic factors that are going into this problem. It, this is just such a silly position to stake out.
You can do that isn't a sin.
Being born in Nazi Germany and trying to protect people that you care about, like there could be a Jewish friend that you have and you want to protect them.
I think you should
have
just
them in
give
your
up on
attic.
that line of questioning.
Give up on just like trying to clarify your position? Because you
I
don't
did
like, are you like
clarify it.
uncomfortable with me asking this question? It's just a basic hypothetical. Like I could ask you.
It's just a basic hypothetical where you put Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany. That's just a basic hypothetical.
Obviously, you.
So, I don't understand his moral outrage here. You see that weird moral outrage from Peterson. Let's take a moment with that one. There's a couple ways to take this. All of them are somewhat silly and extremely performative. One, he believes that by creating this hypothetical, you are creating a reality that does this. Now, that sounds completely illogical and fallacious and stupid, but that would be the only way you could justify. That's one of the ways in which you could justify an anger at this, is that by speaking it, you speak it into existence. You're putting Jewish people's lives, Jewish individuals' lives at risk. This is how terrible you are. It's like, well, there's two ways in which you can understand that to be true or make that statement. Either one, you believe that by speaking it, I am speaking it into being, which is irrational and schizophrenic, nearly schizophrenic, or at the very least a tenuous grasp on reality, in which case you're crazy, sorry. Or you are taking this kind of metaphorical right, is that by creating that that hypothetical, you are either disrespecting or otherwise kind of trampling on the memory. It is an inappropriate conversation topic to bring up. So let's deal with that, the logic behind that kind of sentiment for a second. Because the first one we can disregard as completely and utterly irrational and psychopathic in a sense, completely and utterly mentally unstable. So I wouldn't assume, I don't think he believes that when this kid speaks about Jews in Germany facing destruction, he's not recreating that and somehow torturing the souls of those people, or somehow recreating that in material reality. All right, so we'll deal with the second one. How could you do this? Well, here's the thing that for all you Peterson fans, if you happen to find this video, I would highly recommend you try to do and think about. One of Peterson's earlier lectures that I saw, one of his things that he talks about is he uses an example of, he talks to his students and he says that many of the students would believe themselves to be the hero of the story. And they all have this perception that they would be heroic and good and noble in all situations. And then he brings up a fairly interesting hypothesis, or again, hypothetical, is that, or based on somewhat reality, is that he says, all right, well, if you were born in Germany, say the 1920s and 1930s, you're in Nazi Germany, every one of you is going to say, hey, would you hide Jews? Would you help save the Jews? Would you do this? And everyone there, when asked this question, would say, yes, of course I would. Of course I would. I would do that because I'm a good person and that's evil and wrong. Even at the time, you would know it's evil and wrong. Even if you weren't looking at this with hindsight 2020, I would know it's evil and wrong. Okay. And Peterson continues this hypothetical by, again, suggesting a simple mathematical approach to this. From a statistical and probabilistic standpoint, based on how many Germans were in Germany and how many of them actually did what the students said they would do, versus the many who did not, and the many who were collaborators, and many who were silent collaborators, and many of whom who simply stood on the sidelines and did nothing, the centrist, agnostic ones, whatever you would frame them as. Comparing the numbers, the likelihood, like again, the vast majority, 95% of the German public went along with this. Either they helped it happen or they stood by and let it happen. So the odds that you would be one of those rare, brave, heroic individuals who would risk their life, their family, all of these things to protect these people, to help save them from this terrible force, the chances that you would be one of these things, minuscule. The vast majority of people in that classroom, as he says, and I'm not quite quoting perfectly verbatim here, but I'm getting pretty close. The vast majority of people in that classroom, the classroom like 30 plus people, 40 plus people, I can't remember which particular ones. I think it's one of the smaller ones, so it's probably like 30 or so people in that classroom, maybe 40. The vast majority of them would have been collaborators with Nazi Germany. Either active, positive collaborators or passive ones, and they let it happen. This is a great and profound little moment, and he goes on with this. But notice again, Jordan Peterson is perfectly fine using the hypothetical of Nazi Germany and using this hypothetical to play around with this and to use this moment to play and to show them through this active play, this psychological, intellectual game, a certain truth. So, is Jordan Peterson going to chastise himself for this? Is he going to repent for his terrible sin? No, I don't think he would. I think, again, he staked out a stupid position, a untenable position, and when he is confronted with a fairly simple, and again, basic, when this kid is saying basic, I don't think he's saying morally basic in the sense of that this is this is inconsequential and just a stupid idea, whatever. I think he means basic in that it's a relatively simple solution. Is that, hey, would you let you have a choice. A baby is drowning in the river, in a small puddle. You are a strong adult male. You can pick up this baby out of that puddle and save its life. Or you can just simply walk by. Assuming all things are equal and there are no extenuating circumstances like the baby is the incarnation of Satan and if it lives, it will destroy all of mankind. Just assuming this is a normal everyday, you're walking out to get your mail and you see a baby has fallen into a bucket of water and is drowning. Do you save the baby? Well, you're now trying to destroy and kill and sacrifice children, you satanic atheist bastards. No, how dare you mock the deaths of children? That's not also what's happening. Neither of these things are happening. He just simply cannot deal with this anymore. He's fundamentally can't. That is anti-intellectual.
Would lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're like not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist? Like, so you're
Why
anti-fascist?
are you asking that?
Again, kid's being a little bit snarky here, but again, he's responding in kind. I'm sorry. He's kind of responding in kind, but again, he's trying to pull on this. Like, just look, are you anti-fascist? Is the reason why you wouldn't do this is because you are in agreement with the goals. That's kind of where the kid's kind of going with here. Is there another reason why trying to understand why you would refuse to engage with this question? Is it because the answer you could provide is indicative of something else? Are you a fascist? Are you in agreement with the actions of Nazi Germany? And again, it's a snarky little comeback, but quite frankly, you get what you put in. The energy you're putting in, Jordan, you are getting back. Deal with it.
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know it shows that you clearly would lie to save someone's life.
I'm answering it in
Obviously,
a
that's not
manner
what
you
truth
don't
is.
find acceptable.
Well, yeah, obviously does.
Because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because that's
No.
already happened. Like that's in the past. You don't have a time travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical up to show you that in some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to muddy the waters when I ask you, like, do you believe this? Do you think this to be true? So you don't actually have to answer the questions. And plenty of Christians don't like that because they clearly see that you don't really like want to be associated with
I can
Christianity.
imagine that I was in a situation where the best I could do as a consequence of my previous mistakes was to tell the least amount of lie I could manage. But that would likely indicate that I had made all sorts of catastrophic errors on my way there.
So
you
let's just take that for example. So man, one of the primary teachings of this Judeo-Christian tradition that you want to get across is that man is full of sin and man is full of mistakes and man will continue to make mistakes. That's why Christianity, or Jesus Christ, is basically the fundamental aspect of forgiveness. His representation, his entire his entire existence is about offering forgiveness for mistakes. The fundamental mistake of man, but even then, there's always, that's one of the things, is that there's always the possibility of forgiveness as long as you reach out. So you reach out, get forgiveness, try to live a righteous life, make mistakes. As long as you're constantly making mistakes and then asking for forgiveness sincerely, you receive it. Even if you continue making mistakes, there's no like, oh, you make mistakes, you ask for forgiveness, you get forgiven. You must now live perfectly. It's only one and done. It's not some Spider-Man, everybody gets one kind of meme joke. This is a constant thing. You make mistakes, you try to better yourself, asking for forgiveness, and your attempt to make yourself better is in many ways the payment you must give to receive that forgiveness, along with the asking for forgiveness. But there you go. Boom. Bippity boppity boop. I've made catastrophic, again, like he's trying to make this, you've made catastrophic mistakes. It's this weird, again, it almost gets kind of weirdly red pill, the reason you're a loser is because you're not an actual Chad mega alpha male and you need to do these things. It's this weird, everything is your fault, but at the same time kind of not, and everything is perfectly in your control and you could just master of the universe your way to everything. It's a weird overlay of ideological positions that just
lie to save someone's life. So again, you do believe it to be true in that circumstance, even though you lied in that scenario. So
not
clearly
without
that's not
the context that I put it in.
You were not willing to die for it. You were not willing to let other people die for it. So that's not what you see to be true then, seemingly.
You're doing exactly what I said you were doing at the beginning of the conversation. You're generating an impossible, restricted, hypothetical with...
It's not at all impossible and or restrictive. And again, even if it is mildly restrictive, then it's the restrictions that are perfectly logical and perfectly perfectly in line with historical existence and reality. This is just weird.
No precursors to back me into a corner.
How is it possible? Is there something contradictory about it? Nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you too.
Great conversation.
Yeah.
And again, what I don't like is the performative nature. Like, again, do I think he is as mad as he puts on? No, I don't think so. So again, this might be just a stylistic thing, but I don't like the kind of super aggro, tough guy bullshit persona that a lot of centrist, right-leaning kind of people adopt. And then afterwards, they're all like, buddy, they'll be drinking with you and like, oh, well, that was just fun. It's like, I'm sorry, you were acting like a gigantic, rude dickhead. Well, I was just defending my position. Again, we can go back to the old school, the idea of like the sparring companion. There are rules. There are social, cultural, and behavioral rules that dictate appropriate and inappropriate actions, behaviors, tones, and whatnot. Again, in this kind of debate, you want to be buddy afterwards, and you want to, shake hands, and we want to be, kind of intellectual pursuits. We're both trying to find this answer, and we're both, it's just a game. We're out in the courtroom, playing basketball, we're playing really hard. I just feel like you can be aggressive, and and again, maybe this is my own kind of hang up. I'll freely admit it, but things like people this imagination that you could only be a great player or a great fighter if you're super aggro and you're so crazy over the top. I'll destroy you while you're on the courtroom. I hate you. I'll talk all this match, just all this stuff, and then afterwards we're just all shaking hands, whatever, fine. Like this idea that you have to be that way. It is a false equivalency. It is a false narrative. I think there are things that you have to do to be great. And be acting in that manner is a substitute. It has the qualities in there. So basically that A, B, and C, you do these qualities to become great. You only need A, but A, B, and C are sold as this group thing. This thing that we've seen before. This person was great, and they did this X, this behavior X, and this approach of X. Okay, well, I'm going to do X. The problem is that if we analyze X is not just one thing, but it is three things, three kind of behavioral perspective outlooks, A, B, and C. It is quite possible, in my belief, that A and B are necessary, or just A is necessary for becoming great. It's the other two that are just bad approximations or things that were hanger-ons from other kind of ideological structures, something like that. And again, there's been decent number of examples, equally number of examples of people who are really great at a sport or really great at something, who are in the ring respectful. Again, they're aggressive as much as they do. They go 100% in the ring when they're fighting or whatever. But at the same time, there's some other stuff like weird attitude stuff, spitting on opponents. Why not? Like, oh, well, that's crossing the line. Why? So talking about their mother, all this random weird shit, that's okay, even though it is completely extraneous and not necessary for beating somebody up in a MMA fight or a boxing match. But spitting would be somehow, no, that's breaking the rules. And that would be true. Like, oh, in an MMA match, okay, this guy deliberately spits on another dude. Would you think that was acceptable? No, that was a disrespectful dickhead move to do. That was not necessary. Okay, but talking shit was. Making rude gestures at them, doing stupid, weird attitude. Well, that's just getting in their head. It's a mind game thing. Is it? Is it really? And even if it is it noble? A lot of people this same kind of group tend to value degrees of nobility, and I don't think that's particularly noble. But regardless, I don't know. This absolute umbrage. How dare you speak of these things? Blah, 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 blah. And then afterwards, oh, we shake hands. Yeah, well, it's like, do you believe or don't you believe? Because you just said literally before that you wouldn't lie. Are you not lying by shaking this person's hand and giving them a smile and being nice to them? Are you not lying? If this person's existence is so antithetical and obviously that their structure leads to evil results, why are you smiling at evil? Why are you shaking the devil's hand? You are lying. It's the social lubricant of individuals in large form things. Perhaps you're using a little, well, that's just being polite. Well, being polite is being a lie. A good percentage of being polite is deliberately lying or lying by omission. Let's go on his next point.
My next claim is that everybody worships something, including atheists, even though they might not know it.
Hi.
Good work.
Thank you.
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want to start off with defining terms. How do you define worship?
Prioritize.
Okay, so we're going to get into his definitions of worship, and we've kind of talked a little bit about this before, but his definitions of worship are um not really speaking to the great history of people's discussions, debates, both theistic and atheistic understanding of worship. So again, he's doing his own very specific little private language form of worship. But all right, so worship, I like to write notes occasionally right here. Worship is prioritized to some degree. All right.
Prioritize. So almost like having a preference over something rather than the
It's a
other.
hierarchy of preferences.
Yeah.
And you use it to direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending to, you're worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of like this.
So he loves his preference hierarchy, attending to, prioritizing. All of this is very much a value based system in the sense that you're creating values and a hierarchical nature of values. What values are first order, i.e., they are primary, central, and which ones are secondary that are important. But if a secondary order interferes with the primary order, the primary order goes through. This is, you can actually see something like this in to give you an example of how this kind of functions out is like Asimov's three laws of robotics, to where you have the primary law is a robot shall not knowingly through action or inaction harm another human being. A robot must must follow all orders given to it by a human. This is the second law. The second law is that all robots must follow orders given to it by a human, unless said law would violate the first law. And then the third law is that all robots must preserve their existence and their overall just existence. We'll just say that preserve their existence unless said actions or inactions would violate the first or second laws. Notice the organization of that is that I must preserve my life, but if preserving my life would violate the second law, disobey a human's order, the second law takes into effect, and I destroy myself at the command of a human. Because while I may have the third order law of preserve my existence, the second order law, which takes precedent, and preference and prioritization, the hierarchy overrules it. And then if I must follow a law, follow a order given to me by a human. Even if this order would destroy me, okay. But if that order is going to destroy me, but also destroy a human being, I can't follow it, because while the destruction of myself is perfectly fine because it is of a lower order than the primary order being given to me, the order to destroy a human being and myself, I could destroy myself, but I could not destroy the human being because that is the primary first law. The first law takes precedent over the second law takes precedent over the third law. And the third law takes precedent if the first and second are not present. Okay.
Value-laden hierarchy,
Yeah.
right? And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you could call it top or bottom, I
Yeah, right.
suppose. At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
That's
is that
right.
correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to.
Okay, so this is where we're finally getting in. Thank you for who is this person? What is her name?
Hi there.
I'm Zena. So I want.
Zena. All right, Zena. Great summation. And again, she's doing a great job, basically doing what Jordan Peterson should have been doing for a very long time, is doing a better job staking out his actual position here. So what she said there.
Direct your attention.
Right.
So whatever you're attending
Let's listen.
to, you're worshiping.
Right. So I've kind of become a little bit familiar with your idea of like this value-laden hierarchy.
Yeah.
Right. And you kind of posit that at the bottom of this hierarchy, or you could call it top or bottom, I
Yeah, right.
suppose. At the bottom of this hierarchy, this foundational priority in your life is going to be considered God.
So this is where we finally get to a good definition of God. Thank you, Zena. According to Jordan Peterson, the God is not necessarily, at least in one of his positions, God is not a figure or an entity into itself necessarily. We could maybe get to that point, but the primary thrust of his when he says God is that he's talking about a what could be better phrased as a God value. Is that there is a value or a prioritized thing, a preference, some kind of conceptual, foundational ideological position, concept, something core. Probably it could be. It's often prime times relatively simplistic, but incredibly important. That all other values orbit around or build upon as a hierarchy. So, in this case, like the three laws of robotics, the God value, the God for a robot in Asimov's universe is the first law of robotics. And this God is a belief structure that overrides all, or a structural concept that overrides all other possible laws, concerns, values, anything else like that. It is not necessarily that humans are God, necessarily, though you could see some kind of godlike inference from that. But more importantly, this metaphysical concept. The act of doing this is God, but also the belief, the structure, this thing that is both a part of you but also separate from you, this conceptual thing is God. Now, if that sounds very confusing, that's because it is very goddamn confusing. But that's why I'm going to call it the God value. The value that is so important that it is the only thing that we have in our lexicon, in our cultural understanding and throughout history that best approximates how powerful and how overriding this thing is, this conceptual thing is a godlike entity, an omnipotent, omnipresent. This value is always present. It is always embedded in all things you ever do. This value is core. Great. And he puts it at the bottom, like the foundational. So everything is built upon this way. From there, this is the value, the God value, the original, the thing.
That's
Is that
right.
correct?
Yes.
Right. I'm trying to imagine a situation in which could there be that someone has a priority at their foundation that is different from someone else's?
Oh, definitely.
Right. So we can have different conceptions of God.
That's why we fight.
Okay, so again, she has this is great, good, awesome, Zena. You get a golf clap. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but you get a golf clap. That's great. All right, we're getting at an eventual problem here. Is that if this is how we conceive of God, is that this is essentially a programming. This is the Windows 32 program. This is the core operational value upon which all other things operate or defined by. This is the framing value, the God value that controls all other values, and that all other values are subservient to through a hierarchical preference order. Great. Is it not possible then that individuals or societies in general could have a different God value? So you could have one individual have a God value that is A, whatever A may stand for, and then a different person who has a God value B. Great.
Right. So essentially, there's not one God, but there are multiple gods, and these gods exist in some realm of truth. It's true that this person has one God and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, but that they're.
Well, it would be better to think about it as multiple values, but you keep trying to talk about this in terms of God and religion and worship rather than using other terms. This is the reason why people are upset with you and get irritated with you, is that you're the one who's playing weird language games and doing, again, do we remember our keyword of yesterday? The word for multiple meanings, a word that has multiple meanings. Anyway, we move on. I actually don't remember the word. I completely forgot. It's like something like synonymic or something like that. It's related to synonymy. But anyway, ignoring that doesn't matter. Again, this is the problem you've created, is that you say worship. And then when you say worship, you mean attend to, have great preference for, or prioritization of this. So you act and believe and you think that prioritizes certain things. So that is a form of worship. Again, you keep substituting these words out, but then you want to say, okay, different values. The reason he says this is because he doesn't like the idea. He doesn't want to disagree with his conservative fan base, because the conservative fan base does not want to believe that there are multiple gods. Notice this. That's an important thing. This is why he says, well, I think it would be better to call it values. Why? He has phrased everything and done everything in here to be in the realm of religious lexicon, of worship, of belief, of God. Why now, when it's quite obvious, pointing this out, she's done an excellent job, that according to him, his basic logics, there are multiple gods. But he doesn't want to be multiple gods. He wants there to be one God, the Judeo-Christian God that he follows. Even though, again, everything about his framework, again, all the other gods are invalid ones, but he doesn't like this framework, so he's trying to substitute this out. He's trying to bait and switch here.
Has one God, and it exists.
Yeah, probably better to think about it as multiple values, but that there's a hierarchy of values with something at the bottom.
Right, but at the
Or
bottom is
top.
God, and there
That's
are
a definition, yeah.
yeah. So at the bottom is
At the bottom is God, but he wants to somehow say, and this is kind of one of the points, is that he wants to say that Judeo-Christianity, sorry, just kind of writing out my thoughts here. Judeo-Christianity found the one true actual God value, and all other God values that might have been presented, the God value B, God value C, or whatever, are and may be values, but on the hierarchy, they are higher up. If we were to assume the lowest one is the foundational, the most important one, it is the tree trunk upon which the branches sprout from. The God value B, C, D, and E, or whatever, that other cultures, religions have created and found, if they are valid, but they are second order, third order, fourth order values. Because he wants to, that's why he's really resistant to, I want you to really pay attention to that. He's really resistant to calling them gods. He will go with this a little bit, but he still wants it to be this one value is the true value.
God,
Yeah.
and there can be multiple people with different conceptions of God, and they're each valid in being called God. So there are multiple gods that exist.
Oh, she's pointing out the thing right there, that unless you are making some claim that somehow this God value is the only one true God value and all other God values are not God values, and therefore they could not be defined as God, but they can only be defined as value. Again, when I say God value, he would say God. But I'm just using the kind of mixing of the phrasing here, that he would say that these are not. So she's saying, okay, we have one programming that says the Asimov framework suggests that the God value is a robot shall not harm, or through action or inaction harm a human being. Another God value might be from a different thing. Let's say the Heinlein value system. The God value there is that all life seeks the pursuit of replication is the most important aspect of life. Great. And then we can see there might be second order, third orders, and hierarchy all on itself. The Asimov hierarchy that Asimovians developed in their own little culture, and then the Heinleins developed their kind of hierarchical culture and their program, their orders of magnitude, or their orders of values, blah, 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 blah. But they both have a different God value. If he is defining that core value as finding God, or that is the true God, that God value is the actually God, then there are multiple gods. Until you have a perfect way of agnostically and without any bias being able to determine that maybe Heinlein's God value is a value that exists within the Asimovian framework, but it is a second order or a third order, or vice versa, that a Hylenian God value is somewhere in there, or there's some intermixing, some way we can mix these together. But either way, there is only ever going to be one true God value after the mixing of these two things. Which one is it? But again, either way, until that happens, until we can make a judgment of that, there are multiple gods. A great trap right there. Now, again, she's matching a little bit better energy, or she's doing this, and I think he's responding in a much more pleasant manner. I think that's partly one, that she's arguing much closer aligned to his actual value system, so that's very helpful. So I can understand that. But again, his overall frustration, the fact that people aren't engaging with him, I feel like he's not being very charitable, because all of the previous people, and he's taking a very unique, weird track with this. And whenever you do that, you can't really be frustrated when people they're used to the argument being in categories of A or B or C. And if all of a sudden you're in Zeta Alpha 79 or some weird ass personal developed one, but it looks very close to like an A or a B, can't really be upset when people keep thinking you're saying A or B. No matter how many times you said it, you are the one taking odd position. You have to take account for it. But she is engaging him on his positional values here. And again, she's pointing out rather stark problem automatically. He says, there's only one true God, and blah, blah, blah. And he wants to do that. She's kind of pointing out, like, look, that kind of Judeo-Christian arrogant kind of presentation, or that presupposition, is easily met with the problem. There are multiple God values.
It depends on what you mean by valid. So far, so good, but it depends on what you mean by valid, because I would say that some foundational conceptions don't play out when they're implemented.
So, notice this. This is very important. He is going to say that God value A, God value B. Let's just say God value A is the God value, or the God that Jordan Peterson believes in, attributes, whatever it is. He wants to say God value A is valid, God value B is not valid. He is saying, and he has presented, one of the ways to determine is that how they play out. Make a note of that. Is that he says that when they are implemented, i.e., implemented, enacted, how they play out. We're going to point out what's very interesting about this problem in a second, but make a note of that, kiddies in the classroom.
So if you put the wrong thing at the foundation, you end up in hell, for example.
One, again, there is a presupposition there, is that there is a hell and a heaven as defined by Judeo-Christian thing, but we're going to ignore that for a second, and let's just imagine he says hell in a metaphorical sense of if you have these two values, one value is valid, one value is invalid. The way you determine is that if the value B is put into place, God value B, you end up in a destructive, chaotic place. Whereas if you put God value A in as the core, you end up in a less destructive place. Great. Okay.
That's what happens in totalitarian states.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you're saying
So they're not all
Not necessarily. I'm not sure how that connects, but whatever, move that.
equal. Like all foundational principles are not equal, even
Right.
So not all gods are equal. Even if you could frame them as a god value, the reason why value B, God value B, is not a true God value and it's not actual God is because it is not equal.
They might be equally foundational, right?
So what makes one kind of foundational tenet like better than another one?
Oh, good. Good, good, good. Because notice again, he's been saying play out, equal. There's a judgment here. How are we able to judge and examine one God value, the other God value? How can we see this happening out? How can we make this assessment?
That's an excellent question.
Yeah.
Iterability. Imagine that you play a game with someone and you're a kid, and it's fun. So then you play again and again and again.
So
Well, then
repetition.
it's playability across multiple iterations. So then you have a friend, and a friend is better than having a game,
So-
right? So that's one. Breadth of application is another. So
So iterability and applicability. Write that down. Iterability. So the ability to replicate, we could say irritability or replicatability, the iterations of this, the ability to have multiple or continuing iterations of this is, we can see this as substitute of replication, is that it can be replicated in part or whole, continuing on endlessly. So the more it is able to be replicated in various iterations, and the broader application and how broadly and successfully applicable it can be.
So if it's just for me now, it's not as good as something that would be benefit to both of us across time.
Right. So we're explaining like characteristics.
So replicatable and applicable. So how widely applicable this this God value is. So this is how we judge what is the true God value and what is not the true God value, is that replicatability and applicability. Some of the clever ones out there might be noticing something odd here, but let's let Xena talk.
That can be applied to like these types of like foundational values. But why is it that this iterability makes it better, and what does better mean?
Again, what does better mean? All of these things. What do you mean by better? So irritability and applicability, are these the things that make it better? And again, what does better mean? Let's see what his answer is, because these are great questions brought up by Xena.
Well, one hallmark of better is likely to be selected voluntarily. So
Right.
it's invitational.
Another descriptive kind of quality. So we're talking about characteristics that in
So another thing is that what better is a third thing is, we could say, that makes the God value a true God value is its replicatability, its iterability, its applicability, how widespread it can be and how applicable the value is across all things and how replicatable the value is. And then a third thing is whether or not it can be freely selected. A value that is not freely selectable and or approachable and applicable, but is only done through force, is if a value is only implemented through force, it is not as valuable as one that is freely selectable. Okay.
some type of system with a goal, an output being like, we could maybe say happiness, right? Or some type of
harmony.
Harmony,
Yeah,
right?
that's better. Not happiness precisely, because it's too short term.
Exactly. So as someone who is an atheist, right, I can explain that within a system, there are things that we can see as better or worse to meet this goal or meet this output.
So she's going to talk and we're going to let her here, but I'm going to now reveal the big weird secret of the big problem that Jordan Peterson has created for himself. The God value is the earth value. It is the foundational value. There is no value that exists outside of the context of that God value. That God value is upon which every other value, every other evaluation that can happen, whatever that God value is, and finding that God value, find that God value, and that's good. That is, and if you find the true God value, all things that stem from that God value is great. But here's the question: how the fuck did you find it? One, if it's always been there and you find it, how did you find it? Well, he says you look for iterability, or the replicatable nature of it, and its applicability, and partly how, whether it is, the better part of it is selectability. So all of these things fit into this God value is better in the hierarchy than other God values. And this means that it is the truer God value. Maybe not the true one, because maybe we still need to find it. Who knows? Maybe you'll say that yes or no. But either way, if replicatability and applicability and the free will of selectability are the things we judge the God value on, those are the God value. Do you see the weirdness of what he's just done? Is that he says, let's say the God value of, again, the Asimovian system of robots shall not harm a human through action or inaction. The way we would judge whether or not that is a good value or not is through the values of iterability, replicatability, how replicatable it is, which is a value system. We are choosing that something that has high replicatability is good, and something that has low replicatability or low iterability is bad. That's a value system. So a value system that exists outside of the God value system, which means that it can't, that God value that you just said, the God value A, can't possibly be a God value, because there is nothing that exists outside of the God value. Unless, again, God value, you are, again, it no matter what, it doesn't make any sense. The God value in this case, in this instance, what he's just said there is iterability, applicability, and selectability. Which I'm not even sure about the selectability, but let's just deal with the irritability and applicability. What I would then kind of counteract with is that, one, wouldn't those be then the God values according to you? So that's your God value, is what is iterable and applicable. And you are, so then that is the true God value, not the Judeo-Christian God value, or whatever the value that Judeo-Christianity puts at its foundation. That's the second order. Because the first order value, the first order law, the first order judgment is iterability and applicability. The second order is the second most important one. That would then be the Judeo-Christian value that you decide to have, and then everything that follows afterwards. But then if iterability and applicability are the God values, then the Judeo-Christian one could be substituted out for another second order value that is of more importance, or has better iterability and applicability and selectability. You see the problem? You see the gigantic thing that he has walked into and created this problem. And more importantly, I would then say, and perhaps I'm being a bit snarky here, that in my perhaps biased mind, iterability, i.e., the replicatability of this, how this idea can replicate itself and replicate good results, perhaps, how replicatable it is, how successful it is in reproducing itself and the results, and applicability, how widespread it is able to reproduce and or apply these reproducible results. What ideologies does that sound? Does that sound like Judeo-Christian ideology in any sense of the word? Or even if you were to judge, like, again, that core value, that's not really Judeo-Christianity. Do you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like the scientific method. Because what is the scientific method but the creation of a hypothesis? Then you test that hypothesis to see its applicability and its iterability. You test it. You come with conclusions based on this, positive or negative towards the initial hypothesis. And then based on those positive and negative hypotheses, you create a thesis based upon that evidence, which then is tested again or examined again to see if that thesis and the data that the thesis is based upon are replicatable, and i.e. iterability and applicable. How applicable are these things across wider stances and across different categories? This sounds far more close to actual secular, liberal, ideological groundwork, and more importantly, the kind of like logic, reason, and scientific pursuit in many ways, than it is anything to do with religion or Christianity. So again, if that is the act of worship, then okay, that's fine. But why are you upset with them abandoning God if, one, they're already doing godly things through the scientific method and the search for iterability and applicability across ideological, values and things that they're testing out? More importantly, again, this goes completely against, like, is it not then possible that the reason society has moved away from Judeo-Christian values is because they are not iterable and or applicable, or their application, iterability, their replicationable thing, and their overall selectability have been found lacking in the current modern context. Maybe certain aspects of Judeo-Christianity could be in the hierarchy of values, but it appears, again, by your own definition, it's not first order, and it might not be even second order. So again, this is a fascinating problem to where, again, it's an interesting idea in many ways, but I genuinely don't think he's actually thought about this too hard. I think he keeps saying things, and he probably is relying a bit too much on word salad guru saying that he doesn't quite understand the implications of what he just said. The very framework of his saying is that, how do we judge whether or not this value is the God value? Well, iterability and applicability, those are all values. So we use those values to judge other values, i.e., that's a God value. And it sure as shit doesn't sound like Judeo-Christian core values, whatever you might try to define that to. And that tradition that you seem to don't want to align yourself with because you don't want to call yourself a Christian, but you sure as hell seem to align yourself far closer to it, and you attribute many good things that have happened to that ideological framework, despite the fact that it doesn't seem like it actually did create those things.
What we're interested in, though, is what could make these things, regardless of any system, right?
Well, imagine that you set up a system and you implement it, and it produces the opposite results to which you intend. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's not a good system.
Again, scientific method. It produces the results opposite of what you intend. One, you have intentions, you have other things. Even now we have really... So I have to have values to be able to judge the value of the value. Like, okay, so then what's the value? This is, again, if you're trying to define God as that, then it's this circular, closed-off loop system that just doesn't make a hell of a lot of sense.
Exactly.
Right, so the foundational principles are lacking because when you implement them, the game degenerates instead of moving towards the aim.
Right.
Okay?
So again, the game's iterability and applicability, that is your God value. That is it. So then you're not talking about God, because in this case, you're not saying, they've abandoned God. They haven't abandoned God. They're always doing God. What you're complaining about or you're arguing about isn't that they've done God wrong. is that their evaluation, their conclusion from doing God, they did God by looking at this value of Judeo-Christianity or whatever, and they look for iterability and applicability, and they said, we don't agree. We think it comes up short, according to our math. You're not disagreeing with that they did. You're disagreeing with the math that they did. You're disagreeing with the conclusion that they drew. You're saying, no, 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 no. You did the math wrong. But they did do math. That is the godly pursuit. That is the godly aspect. That is the worship aspect. So they're not abandoning anything. So on your first and second points, they didn't abandon anything. And in fact, they are doing worship according to you. They are always doing worship. And they're doing worship according to the values that you actually hold, iterability and applicability. They already have those values. What you're arguing against is that you just are arguing with a math thing, which, okay, maybe you do, but make that clear. You're not talking about how they abandoned God. They never abandoned God. They were always doing God according to you. What you're saying is that they abandoned second order, third order principles that you think are valuable, that you think have better iterability and replicatability than the values that were substitute at second and third order and fourth order and so on and so forth. Which maybe is a more tenable position, but again, that's not what ends up being argued.
Talking about within a system, that when we talk about something being moral, right, just absolutely moral, it means that without a system, right, this thing is simply moral with no reason. Like, stance independent, this thing is good. So I'm trying to figure out if such thing can exist. And if so, do you believe that these things are moral in of themselves, like self?
Yeah, so stance independent, this is kind of like from an ontological standpoint, this is from a completely separate from all things. This is a, what is it, a denotology? I think it was denotological position is that a thing can be moral in and of itself, and absence of anything else, there's a morality. Okay.
Self-evidently moral, or are they moral in accordance with the system?
I can't define them any more accurately than I already did, really.
Okay. In regards to morality, when we talk about the divine, when we talk about God and religion, these moral tenets and religion, right, and God exists as good because it is God, right? So it's self-evident, right? Without.
Yeah, this would be again the nature of the religious dogma is that these tenets are good in and of themselves. Thus, there is no way to. Thus, trying to judge based on iterability, selectability, applicability is moot. It's a null and void pursuit because this is good no matter what the consequence or the act or anything of this. Thus, morality is just based upon dogma rather than verifiability, testability, replicatability, iterability, applicability, anything of any abilities. There's a lot of abilities there. Regardless of any of those things, this is unto itself and stance independent, 100% good, moral. Again, this would be denying one of his foundational aspects of hierarchy. You can't build a hierarchy without having a value judgment system. But that value judgment system is itself not really a value judgment system. It is simply a dictated kind of system that cannot change. It can't really be, there is no iterability, no applicability, nothing like that. It can't be replicated because it is always there. It is always.
Any kind of goal or output, this thing is good. So I want to figure out how.
There's an element of that that's true. So, for example, in the story of Job, Job is unfairly tortured in consequence of a bet between God and Satan. And so Job is emblematic of someone who's being hurt for no apparent reason. Okay, so Job's response to that is that he refuses to lose faith in himself, and he refuses to lose faith in the ultimate goodness of being. Okay, and those are axiomatic decisions. They're not exactly evidence dependent because he is suffering. There's an arbitrariness in that that's reminiscent of what you claim.
So I'm essentially trying to figure
Yeah.
out, do you believe that something can be good?
Yeah. So again, okay. Yeah. So again, there's an arbitrary, like, again, he's doing that, but again, you explained the point decent enough. I'm glad Jordan Peterson is finally engaging, to some degree, but again, you're kind of missing the problem she's presenting here, the massive problem that you've created.
Like stance independently, something that can be good.
I don't know what you mean by stance independent.
so
you
I
mean
mean-
independent of people?
Independent of people, we can use that, or more so, I want to be more specific. Something that can be good, right, regardless of any end goal. It's just good.
No, I think good is tied up with goal.
Well, and then again, this goes back to the initial problem, is that Judeo-Christianity, the way that God and the way that ideological hierarchical structure is kind of built up, is that many things, like you just said with Job, it is good regardless of outcome, regardless of goal. It is good and always good. There is no goal to be had here. So if you're saying there's a goal, that means that there's a solution, harmony, or whatever, and maybe that's your God value, and then you use iterability and blah 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 to judge that might be your second order God value, but your God value is still testing out whether or not this can achieve that goal. Maybe you could see this as second order values, the way you test, and maybe you substitute these out. Either way, let's say harmony is your goal, a God value, and then how do you judge this? You still have either way you do this, it's always ended up kind of messy, but let's just try to ignore that. Again, if it's goal orientated, then that means that dogma can't work. That means that if it is orientated towards a goal, and so far in this current situation, doing X leads us towards that goal, great. But then if we move forward and we're testing constantly and checking, does X still lead us towards our goal? And we find X is leading us away from our goal. We need to do Y now. We switch to Y. That's okay. So we then switch to Y. So, and then, okay, if that starts going bad, we need to switch to Z or A or B or something. But we're still having the iterability and applicability kind of thing. So it seems like, again, it could be an interesting philosophical splitting hair conversation, but there seems to be way too much condemnation, way too much insistence on his part for the Judeo-Christian answer here. For, again, here's the kind of thing. People often describe scientists as being somewhat dogmatic, and they refuse to accept alternate theories. And this, quite frankly, that's not really that true. What they do is they refuse to accept new theories without verifiable, iterable, replicatable, and applicable proofs. If you have proof and it works, and it answers and works in the current system with all other things, but then gives us a better answer for something that we have so far a poor answer for, we accept the new paradigm, and we will accept, and people will accept that. Or scientists, I'm not a scientist, but other, again, rational thinkers will accept that because their value system is, sure, the replicatability, applicability, selectability kind of aspect. Great. And it's like, look, if you have something about Christianity that you think has a better answer for, then you need to show this better than just simply going, golly gee, you guys abandoned God. That's terrible.
Goal. Okay, I completely agree. So, in a sense, this is why.
That's why the religious goal in Christianity is the establishment of the kingdom of heaven on earth. It's goal dependent.
Okay, right.
So
Well, kind of. It's goal dependent, but like that goal and the notion of that goal and the way that goal is framed is incredibly problematic. But
it's in reference to a goal.
So,
Or the goal would be the
but
imitation of Christ.
someone's goal, right, can be something that doesn't encompass being in congruence with God or being with God.
No, the thing that they want to be in
Oh,
congruent.
right, okay.
Hang
It
on
is
a
God.
second. That's right. That's
Sorry,
right. That's right.
I
That's
corrected
good. That's
myself.
great. The thing they want to be in congruence with is fundamentally equivalent to their God.
So what makes someone a Christian and what makes someone not a Christian? What makes like that's what I'm trying to figure out because
That's a good question.
yes.
Yeah, well, probably the deepest answer to that is willingness to shoulder your cross voluntarily and trudge uphill regardless of circumstances.
Okay, so some
I hate the narrativization of this, but okay, so that's what makes a Christian is the willingness to shoulder burden. So accepting burden and accept a difficult job. Again, that's not a particularly good definitional thing, and that's we'll ignore that because again, it's mostly just woohoo bullshit.
someone can have a God because in your definition, your first preference, that is God, right? So someone can believe in God, right? And not be a Christian, right?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
there's a statement that Christ makes in the Gospels. He says, not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
So not that they're even saying that they believe in God, but they
I
just
know, but that's why I'm saying this to you, is that Christ himself points out that there's a difference between people who say they believe and people who act it out.
Yeah, but that's not answering the question. Somebody is acting out. Assume somebody is acting out. The atheist is acting out their belief. They are acting out their God belief. And that's in many ways part of the argument that you're saying is that they already do worship stuff, even that they don't know it. Okay, they are doing this. They are not insincere in their belief. Despite how much you want to say, oh, well, no, you do believe in a Judeo-Christian God, you're lying to yourselves. Again, that at best is an aesthetic lie because they're still doing their godly value according to their own understanding of this godly value, and they're still doing it to the extent that they can do it, that is metaphysically possible. So again, it's doing this weird argument that doesn't work with what he said previously. Why people get frustrated with Peterson is because, again, Zena's presented an excellent kind of counterpoint to him. It's like, look, they are doing God. And if they're doing God, then he's just like, well, not everybody who says this gets into the heaven, because some people aren't actually believing it. Again, it's this weird nihilistic, extraordinarily cynical perspective on humanity and anybody who opposes or disagrees with you that, oh, they're just lying to themselves. Maybe that's true, maybe that's not, but then it also comes into, are you lying to yourself too as well? And again, I'm not sold on this at all. And again, he doesn't sell it well because primarily I think he's trying to sell two bill of goods under one banner, and he keeps trying to substitute in and saying, oh, Christ said this. So that's in that value system. I have a different value system. I have a different God system. Again, Jesus' words exist within the Judeo-Christian value system, the God value A. I have God value B. I don't give two shits about what, again, Jesus' words are contextualized in the God value system of God value A. I don't care. It doesn't matter. That's like saying, well, this is what happens in a Windows system. Great. I use Linux. Fuck off. It doesn't matter what you say or what the programming says and the order system of Windows is if I'm using Linux or if I'm using Apple, the Apple iOS Mac system, whatever you call it. That crazy crap. It doesn't matter. Unless you're talking about a fundamental one, well, then that fundamental one, it doesn't matter what Windows says. This is simply the nature of programming with ones and zeros in a computer environment. So nobody is right. Windows isn't, Apple isn't, Linux isn't. None of them are correct. Keep trying to say, oh, again, you throw Jesus Christ words at me. It doesn't matter. You can't get into heaven if you say this. Well, maybe my heaven does. Maybe my heaven, you can get in there even if you don't believe in it. even if you, as long as you just say it. Because saying it allows it to be replicated in an environment. And because people don't know if it is true or not, the true believers believe it, and the non-true believers replicate it, even if they don't believe it. So it's always being replicated, even regardless of this. And because there is no modification to this, because it doesn't really matter how much they try to modify and try to bastardize it, because the replication of it, maybe some other values or other systems that we have in there, check and balance or make sure, ensure that no matter in what form they try to replicate this, no matter how much they try to twist it, they can't replicate it in a way that is false and continues the tradition. Boom. We're done.
And the fundamental issue is the action rather than the stated belief.
But he also says that, you know,
The action, you need to do this. Again, would not that then, if an atheist is acting like a Christian, but says he's an atheist and believes he's an atheist, but acts like the Christian thing there, then does it matter that he aesthetically, again, if he's still using the God value A and still enacting this one, and that God value is you're attributing it to the more Judeo-Christian kind of God value aspect, and we're going to ignore the replicatability and immutability and the applicability concepts. We'll just ignore that fundamental fucking problem, and just look at the value hierarchy in this isolated sense. If they're doing that and that's what it is, then it doesn't matter that they don't say it. It wouldn't matter. Again, she says she's an atheist, but if you are able to judge and you take this God perspective, per Peterson, and able to see that she lives exactly according to the Christian ideological foundational value, blah, 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 this Judeo-Christian value, this Western value that you think is so good and awesome and great, then she gets in. She is able to replicate it, even if she doesn't replicate it with the exact words and phrases you do. She says, I'm an atheist. I don't believe in Judeo-Christian values. I believe in XYZ values, but those XYZ values are simply restatements and rephrases, a new coat of paint over Judeo-Christian values. Then she's replicating them. Unless you are really upset with the identification of this, but then I can't imagine why you would be, unless you only see, unless there's an extra value in that I want to be seen as this, or I can't maintain or have greater power when I say this word in society because people have changed the word. The meaning and the significance and the importance is still there, but they changed the word. But I speak in this word. Again, the language changed, but you don't want to, you don't want to change with it. This is in English. My English is, the true English, which is pre-fucking Great Vowel Shift. So it's Chaucerian English. And that's the only way you can speak the true word of God is through Chaucerian English. That's basically what you're kind of saying. It was like, well, no, if it's action-based, then it doesn't matter whether I'm speaking Chaucerian English, Shakespearean English, contemporary modern English, or French, Spanish, any of those things. As long as I'm doing the action and ultimately replicating the ideological thing, then it doesn't really matter the aesthetics of this, other than whatever power value you draw from that aesthetic.
To be saved, right, you must believe God has died for your sins, or that God has resurrected in some way. So it's like, I don't necessarily think that we can take from the Bible and say that, like, acting in accordance with God necessarily means, or acting in accordance with, the principles of God, like, for example, sacrifice, like you talk about, means that you are Christian. I don't see how you can get that from that interpretation and then, kind of justify it as the truth.
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example.
So, again, I think he's kind of missing the point a little bit, but she brings up an excellent point. So her point is this, is that, again, he says action. So enacting God's will, value, ideology is how you get to heaven. So cause and effect, that's the focus on there. But she rightly points out that a major issue with that is that there in Christian theology, that's not how you actually get into heaven. You can't get into heaven just by doing good deeds. You have to get into heaven by doing good deeds and accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior kind of thing. You have to do both. And for the most part, depending on your interpretation, you actually only need to do the other one. And in fact, good deeds have absolutely nothing, depending on your denomination, but specifically, usually Judeo-Christian, especially the Protestant ideological foundation that he seems to prefer. That has nothing to do necessarily with good works. Those are nice, but you get into heaven if you accept Jesus Christ sincerely and wholeheartedly as your Lord and Savior. You kind of get into heaven. Again, there might be some quibbles, but for the most part, that seems to be the general gist of it, is that you get into heaven if you accept him wholeheartedly, spiritually, as your Lord and Savior. Your deeds do not matter. It is your belief. Now, again, there's lots of quibbles and says, no, that you need to have kind of both or whatever. It's like, yeah, but it's unclear. But even if we do say you need to have both, you need to have both. And the one that's very, very clear is that you need to accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. That's the one that's pretty unambiguous. So, as she's correctly pointed out here, like, again, you're saying this value system is goal-orientated, all of this long discussion, and we're now on a new topic here. But either way,
I don't think that the fact that you sacrifice is sufficient to make you Christian.
So can we repeat once again what you believe makes someone Christian?
Yeah.
There's many things, but one of the most fundamental is that you believe that the cosmos itself is founded on the principle of voluntary self-sacrifice. Best founded. Let me offer you a contrary example. So I could assume that power rules. And so that my assumption would be, if I can make you do it, I win. Right, and I can found a whole society on that, and that happens a lot, by the way. And that's also how societies tend to degenerate. And so that would be a society.
Not necessarily. Again, he's speaking in big, broad strokes that if you squint and look at history from 1,000 miles away, and you squint really hard, and you maybe throw some bleach in your eyes, get them nice and blurry, maybe that makes sense. But for a guy who's accusing atheists of ignoring complexity and nuance, that's not really accurate, but we'll ignore that for now.
That was founded on the principle that you get to sacrifice and I don't have to.
Right.
Now, the contrary to that would be something like you give up voluntarily and with courage all the things you need to situate yourself properly in relationship to the future and other people. Right. So then there's a harmony. That's why I talked about harmony earlier.
So you navigate your life, right, in accordance kind of to this principle of self-sacrifice. Can I say it in that way?
Yes, you can definitely say it that way. That's exactly right. And navigate is the right term.
So someone does not have to have any awareness of Christ, of the story of Jesus, but let's say 60% of their actions, right, or more, whatever kind of metric you want to use, are in line with this self-sacrificial.
So the Christian thinkers of the Middle Ages dealt exactly with that problem when they were talking about the pre-Christian philosophers, for example. They noted the similarity, let's say, between pre-Christian Greek thought and later Christian thought, and presumed that there were moral actors outside.
But again, notice again, it's that gets into, again, the previous problem is that the value that you're talking about is not necessarily Christian. If Christians acknowledged and could see a core God value in the pre-Christian Greek thought, that is iterable, good, and whatever, that fits into theirs, and that theirs is just a new version of this, or a new aesthetic, a new coat of paint on there. Maybe we could say that. Or they say, oh, these people had Christian values even before there was Christianity. That proves how Christian value is is the one true thing. That doesn't necessarily prove that. What it says is that the value is the one true thing, not necessarily it's Christian at all. This value is above Christianity. It's above any dogma and religion. It is an value that exists before any form of Judeo-Christianity, anything exists like that. And it is separate from all other things. So again, it's an aesthetic argument. The visuals of this.
Inside the Christian domain.
Right.
They're
So is that person
addressing the
Christian,
same-
though? Is that person
Well,
Christian?
to some degree, again, that's a matter of definition because
Exactly.
they wouldn't be
Exactly. Yes, exactly. It's a matter of definition. And again, if it's that a matter of definition and ultimately a matter of an aesthetic definitional thing, then again, you create an argument, and then the longer when you actually engage with his argumentation, and when he actually starts becoming intellectual again, rather than dogmatic, angry, and extremely defensive, Jordan Peterson is intelligent enough to follow along the logic and the math of this. The problem is that he doesn't see the greater picture, to where we are literally painting out, and through fairly detailed and a great argumentation on the part of Zena here, we're kind of painting out some extraordinarily massive holes in his previous stances. And his willful ignorance and willful blindness to this. Again, it's like, look, dude, this is a problem. We're literally showing you in pretty exacting detail, and she's done a great job with this, that this is a huge problem that you are not acknowledging to any degree, and it's falling apart, and you just aren't even acknowledging how a lot of your stances are kind of breaking.
claiming Christian propositions, but they're acting out the pattern,
Of
right? So
Christianity.
But the pattern is not Christian. By your own reference, Middle Ages, we're looking at the ancient Greeks, and we can see that they were doing this kind of thing. If the ancient Greeks were not Christian, definitively not Christian, then the pattern is not Christian. It simply isn't.
yeah, so you imagine that full Christianity would involve a dozen things, and you can imagine someone who knows nothing of Christianity, say, acting out 8 of them.
Right.
Right.
So
then they'd be 8/12 Christian or something like
8/12
that.
Christian.
Well,
but to be like a full Christian, how can someone say I am Christian? Like I am Christian, not 8/12, but Christian.
well,
wouldn't
I
understand.
I hesitate to do that personally because
Okay.
I think it's the kind of goal that you be very careful about.
But again, the thing I kind of wish she might push on a little bit, but that's fine. She's doing a good job. This is my own personal thing is that I'd be pushing on. But 8/12 of Christianity, the problem is that there is, at this point, you have not proven, nor has any Christian effectively proven, that, say, the 8/12, those 8 of those 12 actions that we can see are perfectly excellently replicatable, iterable, and they lead to good results, and it's goal orientated towards a good goal, blah blah blah, all that stuff. That 8/12, that 8 of those 12 values, or 8 of those 12 actions, those concepts, whatever, you haven't proven that all 12 are Christian. And in fact, you've already acknowledged, at least hinted at, there's a good chance that those 8 are not Christian at all. That the earliest recording kind of information or narrative or mythological structures that we could point to in our history would be non-Christian sources. So you might say Christianity is so far is the best one because it is the one that has collected the best little bits and pieces of paganistic other belief systems across the centuries and collect them all together to some degree. But then it also says, like, it's entirely possible, let's just say, the 4 remaining of the 8 out of 12, 8/12 of Christian, the 4 remaining values, maybe these actually aren't particularly good at all. And those are the only ones that Christianity that are born and original in Christianity that are 100% there. Maybe 3 of them are false. So then we move on to a new aesthetic, a new conceptualization, a new rule book, new words, new things, but just simply has all of the previous 8 and 3 of them, but drops 3 of them and keeps only 1 from Christianity that was originally in from Christianity. And then we have a new 12. Great. But again, that's entirely possible. So this idea that, again, why you are sticking with it's the best answer so far, I don't think it actually is. And in fact, many people have suggested, right, pointing out there that there's plenty of ways in which you can live and have all of the good of Christianity and all the good that might exist outside of the Christian framework and abandoning some of the bad. And I don't know if he's actually understanding that.
Proclaiming the technical.
But belief is not necessarily, to be mostly Christian, belief is not necessary. 8/12s or, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by belief. See, because I would say that acting out the pattern is the deepest form of belief. Now, you could add to that what you say. So, maybe in the...
So acting out the pattern, again, that's fine, but we're still avoiding the problem here. And again, this is one of those things where he says he's not Christian, but honest to God, he keeps referring only back to Judeo-Christian values. And I think this may be just a matter of ignorance. It's like this, it is entirely possible that you could see many of these values like self-sacrifice and sacrifice for the greater good in stuff like Buddhism or Taoism, or even like in political ideology. You might even see it in some kind of like communist Chinese People's Republic of China kind of ideological frameworks. So it's clear that other systems have developed this along with other values that are good and bad, blah, blah, blah. I think, again, just this insistence. You could say you're a religious individual or some degree and you want to define religion as this. And again, it's just an abuse of words for no reason, saying it's worship and it's God values. It's just a very blatant language, we will say, very laden with meaning that you don't want to defend, but you want to have the results of that meaning. But this squabbling, oh, atheists don't do this. Why would you even pick this? Why would you even join in and do this argument? If your ultimate form of what you believe is religion is simply ideology and the enaction of that ideological framework. That's just not what religion is. Religion is a very particular form of an ideological thing that carries with it baggage that cannot by itself be ignored, because that baggage is like the ontological, deontological kind of things. These things that, like, God's existence must be. And God is not ambiguous. God is not just a feeling. God's not just consciousness. Sure, I'm sure there's a few Christian apologetics who have tried to modify this, but that doesn't really work out too well. And just, I don't know, man. I don't know.
Optimal situation.
At least he's gotten better. He's not, this is refreshing to see from him that he's not turning into a gigantic asshole at this moment, that he's actually engaging some degree. He just doesn't seem to be understanding the implications.
How you act and what you imagine and what you say, they're the same, right? But you can imagine a hypocrite who says all sorts of wonderful things and does nothing, and you could imagine another person who acts in a very positive manner but proclaims nothing.
So
right?
what I'm kind of seeing is like a descriptive, a really early comprehensive but descriptive analysis of human action, human thought, and by which we can characterize people and put people in boxes. But I don't see...
Why in boxes?
Like, when I say in boxes, I mean like I can categorize you based on your actions, not based on necessarily what you say, but based on your actions, that you are more so or less so Christian, right? Things like that, right? So we can categorize people as Christian.
Well, I would say more or less voluntarily self-sacrificing.
But that's also what we came to, though, is that someone can be...
And again, if you're saying voluntary self-sacrificing, then stop referring to Judeo-Christian tradition. Like, okay, if you want to do that, you can do that because that happens to be the place where you found self-sacrifice, this ideological thing, most strongly suggested. But that doesn't mean the Judeo-Christian entire history of this is correct. You're just like, oh, hey, yeah, no, this would be like me because I read a lot of Moby Dick, or I read something like this. I always reference Moby Dick when I'm talking about tyranny. That doesn't mean that Moby Dick is the essence of tyranny, or has that it's fundamental, and that everything else is subservient to the concept of tyranny as defined by Moby Dick. It's just the best example that I have. And you might say, oh, well, that's why they should follow it, but not necessarily. Like, again, if somebody else reaches the same conclusions without reading Moby Dick, and they still understand tyranny, or at least their conception of tyranny encompasses or has all of the elements or the necessary elements of my conception of tyranny from reading Moby Dick, then there is no need to kind of say, oh, they're believing the wrong thing. It works. Ultimately, again, it just ends up being this weird obsession with this aesthetic, this Western Judeo-Christian aesthetic. And again, he may quibble about this, but I'm sorry, that's where it ends up going. Every time you relax, every time you speak more off the cuff, or even more specifically, you keep doing this, you keep replicating this, and everybody notices it, quite obviously. And then when they point it out, you keep saying, no, that's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is, and then you do the exact same goddamn thing, and everyone's left being very frustrated with you.
60% or 70% Christian based on simply just acting in that way.
Yeah, Richard Dawkins is like that.
I watched that debate.
But he
Yeah.
was there. He's been voted out by the majority.
Very good.
And again, he says he's
Really?
culturally Christian. Yeah, Richard Dawkins, I remember that. But again, you ignore that there's just, again, Jordan Peterson, he just wants to sit in this, again, semantic fog. Like I described it, and I think it's a great description, is that he loves sitting in this semantic fog. But the problem is that he's not just sitting there perfectly fine with any other woohoo shit, is that he does have goals and orientation and criticisms and things that he's doing that, like, look, you keep saying you're not a Christian, but you keep destroying and attacking, and often unfair and very, very, very unintelligent and anti-intellectual ways, things that are anti-Christian, or not even anti-Christian, things that are in competition with Christianity, without any, like, okay, do they have these values in there? If they are 70-80% Christian, and they are, for the most part, and they have all the good values of Christianity, but not the aesthetic of it, not the drapings of it, then there you go. They should be good. If you're a fair and balanced observer, you should be okay with them, but you're not. The only reason why, again, he liked that because she was very friendly and accommodating. Again, that's nice, but again, the fact that he is the first one to get more aggressive and overly theatric in almost every conversation, and then gets pissy when somebody responds in kind, I'm not fond of that. So we're going to ignore this one because this is very memed. And ultimately not much comes of this because Jordan Peterson becomes extremely angry. Let's skip to one of the better moments. Let's see, his next claim. Let's at least hear his next claim.
My final claim is that atheists accept Christian morality, but deny the religion's foundational stories.
Okay. I wouldn't necessarily disagree with that, and I don't think that's important. If they accept Christian morality, they deny the religious foundations of the stories, and they have this Christian morality as their core God value, then the stories that they are going to tell are going to have the same Christian morality God value as the religion's foundational stories. Ergo, they are going to replicate the foundational story's actual purpose, intent, and important aspects, the actionable ideological framework stuff, without it. So they're still going to be doing the hero's journey, even if they don't call it hero's journey. They're still replicating it. What's the problem? Again, I don't mind this. I don't mind this framework necessarily, because ultimately, why would this be a problem? And even if you say that, again, the problem we would have is that that this morality framework is essentially Christian, which I'm not sure I would actually argue against that, because if you're living in the Western kind of world, it has been founded and very infected by Christian morality. But I would suggest that part of what people are discovering, or part of the process of atheism that they have been trying to prove, is basically separating out the morality part, the Christian part, and revealing through their test analysis you don't need the Christian part for the goodness of the Christian morality system to actually function. It's extraneous. It is the scrap metal welded to the side of the Iron Giant. If you've ever seen that movie in Disney, I always love using that example. The Iron Giant is hiding from the military, and Dean, the metal artist who works in a junkyard, to hide the Iron Giant, he has the Iron Giant sitting like a classic, like lotus position, like a Buddhist lotus kind of contemplative position, and then he welds a bunch of random bits and pieces to him to make him look more Art Deco, kind of postmodernist strangeness, and it's all extraneous, and it's not usable or necessary to the Iron Giant, as we know, because we've seen the Iron Giant before function perfectly. And one of the characters in there even makes note of it, is that she likes the thing, but when she's looking at it strange, and Dean, the artist, asks her, "What, you don't like the what do you don't like the statue?" And she says, "No, I like it. It's just, do you really need all that stuff hanging off of it?" And she walks away, and Dean kind of goes, "Well, I guess not." Dean knows he doesn't. He just put it on there for to hide and make it look more like an art piece. And then the giant gets up and scrapes all this random crap off, and it doesn't need it. It is entirely possible that the Christian story narrative aspects, the those core things, the characters, the the exact aesthetics of Christianity, are utterly unnecessarily for the morality. And you might say they accept it, but even if that's mildly true, ultimately the reason they're accepting it is not because of this Christianity. They're accepting it because of this morality. It's entirely possible that somebody could accept the morality and not the Christian aspect.
Hi there.
It's very nice to meet you.
What's your name?
I'm Ian.
Hi, Ian.
Yes. So God says that you can own people as property. He says that you can beat them with a rod too. He commands genocide in Deuteronomy, in Numbers, and in Samuel. I mean, they have a goddamn baby barbecue in Numbers. Like, is all of this in line with Christian ethics?
So again, those are all, yeah, like, if you've ever read the Bible, which the irony is the vast majority of Christians probably actually haven't read the Bible. And I suppose Jordan Peterson does give credit to atheists in that they tend to do know the Bible more so than actual Christians, but or the most common Christians. But yeah, if you ever read the Bible, which I haven't read in a while, maybe I'll do that. Maybe we'll do that on stream, a Bible analysis from a literary standpoint. That's kind of fun to do, looking at God as a character rather than like a religious thing, but just looking at it like you would have analyzed Lord of the Rings, and you're analyzing the character archetypes and ideology and the belief structures of like Elrond or Galadriel based on their actions, words, and how they are described. Doing that with God, it's fun. But yeah, these stories, the narrative, the foundational stories, there are an incredible amount of foundational stories within Christianity that are pretty pro genocide, pro vengeance, or at least suggesting that these are just actions done by God and potentially by the people if God is ordering it. Like it's pretty. There's quite a few stories that don't really match on to the Christian ethics and morality that Jordan Peterson seems hearkening to of self-sacrifice, unless the Canaanites were self-sacrificing themselves by being butchered, or any other genocided peoples.
No.
So then God doesn't fit within Christian ethics.
That's one of the fundamental things that many atheists have been bringing up for a very long time, is that when you think about God as a character and God as a thing, God does not embody the ethics that he scribes or that he prescribes. At least according to what Christians have said are the values of Christianity and of God. Like God is this strange, weird antagonist, protagonist kind of character that seems to exist outside of all ethics and morality. So that is problematic. It's like this, why would I spend time worshiping the God and doing the aesthetics of the worship and the Christian part of worship when God itself is not particularly good? Doesn't make much sense. Continue.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65.
Okay, so literary analysis a little bit here. So it's a continuing story. One, I would be very one, the story isn't continuing. The analysis of the story is continuing, and the literature around the story is continuing, but is the writing of that literature itself Christianity? Like Moby Dick as itself a artifact, a text, and then there's lots of with stuff that we've written about Moby Dick. Are those texts, are those essays, are those critical analysis, are those part of Moby Dick? Now they might be part of the ideological construction and perception of Moby Dick, but again, if you're simply looking at this from the utility and the goal orientation of the acts of doing the literature, then it is entirely possible that we can develop literary lenses and analytical frameworks based upon our analysis of Moby Dick, but we don't need Moby Dick anymore to do those things. We developed them just because that happened to be the thing that we were studying at the time and what we had in the context. But now we have Harry Potter or anything else. And then we apply and take the lessons that we learned through the act of analysis of Moby Dick onto the new forms, the new aesthetic, but we don't need the old one. So we don't need those stories. We got what we got from them, and we can move on. So the fact that it's a continuing thing. One, I don't think that means what he says it means or the implications of that. But even if he means it in kind of way I'm looking at the act of the continuing tradition of analysis, then we would have to come to it, or we would have to come to that it is not a necessary function. The text doesn't matter. It's the process of processing and analyzing the text that matters.
Well, the biblical library is a continuing story, and everything written in it has to be contextualized by the entire text. There's 65,000 hyperlinks in the biblical text. And you can take pieces of it out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing.
Yeah, the problem is, okay, you take them out of context and criticize them, and that's what you're doing. But one, it's not really taking them out of context. Like, the context in there doesn't save or absolve this, and it's especially not saving and absolving for how this informs what our actions should be. If that's where you're trying to get it to, and Jordan Peterson got to, or to where it's about not about what you say, it's about what you do, then these stories, there's no real way to contextualize them to where there's a lesson we can draw from these kind of genocidal acts and requirements. Like that, like again, he's trying to make it sound like what this person is doing is wrong by taking it out of context, but it's not particularly out of context. And the context doesn't really save it, especially if you read the Bible for a lot of these stories. It does not really, there's not a lot of context that saves these things. There's a lot of literature that has added onto this to try to contextualize these. But again, it's not really the lessons that we gain from the literature is what's important, not necessarily the story. So again, it is entirely possible to completely and utterly abandon reading the Bible as long as you just read the literary analysis of the Bible per se. So what Jordan Peterson, we could understand his argument previous, or an implication of his argument previous to this, is that to understand Moby Dick, you don't read Moby Dick, you read the literature around Moby Dick, because that tells you what the actual meaning and significance is, or the act of that literature is the value of it, both the creation of it and then the writing of it. The text didn't matter, which kind of is an interesting idea if you think about it from that perspective. And Jordan Peterson probably disagree because, again, he wants to have that Judeo-Christian, he wants to have Moby Dick, but then doesn't want to deal with any of the consequences of having that. Again, back and forth on this. And he's going to probably say, oh, lacking of nuance. But it's like, this isn't nuance, this is contradictions. This is paradoxical. This doesn't actually function and work. But again, if that's true, then the literary tradition is what matters, i.e., the act of doing literary tradition and literary analysis is what matters, not the text. So it doesn't matter reading the text, and we could abandon the text.
Doing, but that's a mistake. I think it's an analytic mistake because you're putting the cart before the horse.
No. Again, I this is where Peterson is on his weakest point, for me at least, because he's starting to get into literary analysis, and I do not believe he has very good a literary analysis. I don't think he understands some of the major concepts of literary analysis, of critical analysis, and some of the understandings that we've developed over many, 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 many years of doing it. Instead, he comes with his own pre-drawn conclusion, then he does analysis to suggest and to support it, and then he says, no, you're doing analysis wrong. It's like, no, you are actually. Sorry.
I really don't think so. I think
Yeah,
that
no,
if
you don't.
we say that something is Christian ethics, then I
For somebody who is very sensitive to people having snarky attitudes, Jordan Peterson does this a lot. That, I know you don't. Again, that's not playful. This person is doing something brave right now, and they're young and inexperienced. You should know that this is nerve-wracking too. So you should be as accommodating and nice as possible. Or at the very least, just again, don't be snarky and mean and nasty just for no reason. Just stop that shit. It's not conducive to good conversation. Even if you think this person needs to learn from you, they're not going to learn from you if, again, you're just snarky and mean. Sorry.
think that all of the books essential to Christianity would fit with it, especially if it's like the main character. When we're talking
How
about
do you deal with
God,
the morality of war?
So,
how do you think you should deal with the
Sure,
morality
sure,
of
sure,
war?
sure. Because I feel like the morality, like I feel like Christian ethics, like this is kind of, I guess I just think it's like kind of an absurdity to say that God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. But sure, well, we can go on my ethics. That's totally fine.
I don't know what you mean by an absurdity. What game are you playing with
Well,
that
I just think
question?
that it's an absurdity to say that the Christian God doesn't fit within Christian ethics. That like the Christian
I
God
didn't
isn't
say
like
that.
Christian
I
ethical.
said that the specific statements that you made don't take the context of the stories into account, and so that your analytical approach is faulty.
Again, just body language. Fucking crazy here.
Sure.
Don't put words in my
Okay,
mouth.
sure. Then
Well, again, I think he did. I suppose maybe you could say putting words in his mouth, and Jordan Peterson is getting triggered here. Yes, he gets triggered very easily. Yes, that is being triggered. It's not just for SJW snowflakes, but the greater problem I might point here is that in many ways, by just making this hand wavy, you don't understand the context of it, like you kind of did avoid the question a little bit. And he does like, look, it's not really answered. Like, look, God does not fit within Christian ethics. God does things that doesn't fit onto any Christian ethics. And if God is literally the embodiment of these things or of the end goal source of the creator, like it feels very strange and odd to do so.
Let's go through
Thank
the
you.
example. Yeah. So, and I apologize. So let's go through the example. So in 1 Samuel 15:3, God says, "Go and slaughter the Amalekites, slaughter the men, the women, the
Yeah.
children, the infants." What's the
He also tells him to kill the animals, doesn't he? That's the one where he tells him to kill the animals, I think. I don't remember. I'm not much of a Bible scholar, but I seem to remember when he tells him to kill the Amaleks, at the very least the Amaleks, it's everything. Men, women, children, even the animals. Take nothing. Like, you're not supposed to, like, take anything, even as slaves. You just are supposed to completely and utterly destroy them from ground up, even though it's like, what the hell did Fido do? What did the poor cattle do? But I guess we're not even going to use them as spoils of war. We're literally going to kill everything. I think that's Amalek, or maybe that was the Canaanites. I don't remember. There's a lot of requesting. God requests a lot of genocidal acts, so it's hard to keep them straight. But that might be the one where he kills tells him to kill all the animals.
justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question. I don't really.
For that.
So let's
Slaughter
go
the
back.
men, the women, the
Yeah.
children, the infants. What's the justification for that? Is that in line
That's a
with
good
Christian
question.
ethics?
That's a good question.
Well, yeah, it is a good question. Yeah, the big problem is that I it is going to be a really heavy task to try to fit that within the ideas of self-sacrifice and the core aspects of Christianity that seems to be the things that Jordan Peterson likes when this action commanded by God, and endorsed by God and said this is righteousness and justice, this doesn't fit at all with anything. So what do we do?
I don't really know what to do with the terrible, blood-soaked, saturated history of the human past.
It's no. Oh, don't you dare substitute that shit in. Okay, so he's trying to make. Oh, I didn't like that. I don't like that at all. All right, so here's my problem with that. So Jordan Peterson was asked a very specific question on this one, or the question was presented. The example of God not fitting within Christian ethics at all is God asking for the complete and total genocide, the murder and destruction of all the men, women, and children, and I think animals of the Amaleks, right? And that just simply doesn't work. And he says, "Oh, that's a good question. I don't know what to do with the blood-soaked history." Again, he does this very, very theatrical blood-soaked history of the of humanity's past. That is not what we're dealing with here. We're not talking about how do I talk about or justify or look at the ethics of what Christians did back in the past. How do I account for that, and how do we justify what's wrong or right in war in this big old semantic fog, waving my big hands, muddying the waters? That is not the thrust of the question at all. The thrust of the question is, what do you do with God who orders these things? It doesn't matter that people did it. It could have been cattle, it could have been locusts, it could have been the sandstorm. It doesn't matter. God sends the plagues down to punish Egypt or whatever. Like, God could have done this just by sending, oh, hey, I'm going to send a plague and kill all the men, women, and children of Amalek. Just wholesale. Regardless of what they did, I'm just going to kill them all because whatever. Shit, the flood itself. I'm going to flood the entire universe, flood the entire thing, and kill everybody because there's no such thing as anybody who's innocent. And I'm just having one of my angry, pissy fits that God is very known for having, especially in the Old Testament. Good Lord, he goes off on a lot of rage-fueled, vengeful, destructive fits? That is the question. You, Austin, decided to completely sidestep it and try to make this thing like it's utterly what you're asking me to do is account for the bloody history of all of humankind. How could you possibly ask me to do this? This is so difficult. No. No. We're not asking you to account for that. We're trying to account for you saying that this general is key, that people worship as part of this religion, this particular general figure. And they say all these values, all these great things, and then they hold up this general figure as the embodiment and the source from which these good things come from. And this guy did not live at all according to those values, and in fact perpetrated great, terrible crimes. How we're not asking you to analyze the entire aspect of human history. We're asking you to analyze the general and why he doesn't fit within the structure.
I don't know. And I don't.
And I'm sorry, you don't know? This is the fundamental thing that atheists are rejecting, but you seem upset that they are rejecting it. They don't know what they're rejecting, but many people in the first comment, the very first thing is that atheists reject God, but they don't understand what they're rejecting. They are rejecting that. Even if they don't reject all of Christian ethics or whatever, like Dawkins is very culturally Christian, and he will say that. What he rejects is partly that, mostly that figure, and specifically he rejects that figure as it relates to an explanatory or evidentiary claim to how things work in the material world. Creationism, flat earth, whatever the hell else is happening in the Bible that is anything to do with the material world. He rejects it on that basis. Atheists who are morally atheistic, but who have maybe morals that you might identify because of your particular bias. You would identify these morals as having a Christian core, even if they don't have a Christian core. You identify them. What they're rejecting is not everything of the Bible, blah, 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 or that. What they're rejecting is God. They said God does not fit within this this particular ethics thing that we see as replicatable and applicable, and it's selectable, and it's all got all those values that you love. But God and the worship of God, so the deference to a figure who does not fit into this structure, that's what they're rejecting. So what's the problem here? And the fact that, oh, I don't know how to deal with this, that's a pretty big fucking problem to have. And until you solve that, you can't really judge anybody for saying, yeah, I reject God. It's like this, well, I can understand that. I don't necessarily reject him outright or that concept of him. Because, yeah, I don't know. I haven't figured out how to do this. I don't reject him, but I also understand that why you would not accept him. Because I can't prove definitively, or I don't have a way to effectively put this together.
I think anybody knows. I mean, what you try to do in your own life, as far as I can tell, is to conduct yourself in a manner that makes such things much more unlikely.
I totally agree.
We're all saddled with the problem.
Well, one way in which people have found to make it much less likely that such genocidal acts will happen is to not follow God's orders. To not follow that figure, or to not treat him like a figure, to ignore the entire framework of that, not worship him, not do that. Because if I worship him in such a manner, if I deify him, if I create him into this kind of thing to follow, then I am more likely to listen to his words, and his words and commands are extremely contradictory. I won't be able to effectively differentiate them because I am substituting my own rationality for a dogma. That's the problem.
problem of the catastrophes that got us here, aren't we?
Yeah, but this one was commanded by God. That's the problem.
Yeah,
That's
well,
what differentiates it from anything else, is that this one, it's God
do you
saying,
think that
go
there's
and do
ever
this
such a thing?
atrocity.
You think that there's ever such a thing as a righteous war?
I'm skeptical. I'm not sure. It would probably be situational.
Well, right, fair
Yeah,
enough.
but this one
people,
certainly wasn't a just war. The context for the Amalekite slaughter is that 400 years earlier, they fought one battle, which they lost, and God says, that's it, I'm going to wipe them off the face of the goddamn earth. And then 400 years later, he commands the Israelites to genocide their great-great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren. That's not a just war at all. And also,
Yeah. So again, even if like, okay, yeah, you could try to justify this in the broader perspective, like if we take this as a historical act and we take this as real or even metaphorical, again, the message is terrible. Message is absolutely repugnant. You're not going to destroy the great-great-grandchildren or how many greats you want to add of a people because centuries before a crime was committed. That's really bad, and more importantly, that's not particularly replicatable or iterable if you hold that as a value, that no matter how long or who, there's a crime that must be paid for by the son and the son of the son, the son of the son, and so on and so forth. Again, this just leads to an absolute bloody tribalistic and warlike self-destructive kind of ideology. So again, you can't that's a big thing you can't avoid.
genocide is not a war.
well, a genocide can be a war, but
Absolutely not.
Look.
The genociding of the Amalekites, the men, the women, and the infants, that's not a war.
And again, depending on how you define it, maybe you could say genocide could be things, but yet from a war, usually a war is warring two parties or political means, and the concept of the war is that things exist afterwards, even if we change the name and one country is conquered or there's a peace treaty or something like that, land is exchanged. The people are allowed to continue to exist. They just are on different management.
The infants aren't combatants.
look, I already said that it's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past.
It's very difficult to look at the blood-soaked past. Yeah. Okay. So too bad. If you are making this statement and you want to have this framework, you got to deal with it. I'm sorry. Yeah, there are hard problems in physics. There are hard problems that must be accounted for, that have to be done for your theory of everything to come about. You can't just ignore them. You can't just go, well, yeah, I'm just going to ignore that for now. I want to deal with that. And if you do, and if somebody says, hey, you didn't account for this, you kind of have to go, yeah, I know. My theory is extremely limited, and I've specifically limited it. It's not a theory of everything because it can't account for X, Y, and or Z that I have ignored. So it's not a theory of everything. I'm not going to make claims of it or anything. It's a theory of this specific thing. Fine. And maybe that, but again, if people are rejecting God based upon foundational stories and they're denying the foundational stories and denying the morality that is in some of these foundational stories, which again, the morality in some of these foundational stories is truly vile. Yeah. Again, even if you disagree, you can't really disagree that hard. You can't really fault them because you don't have the effective answer. You want to just debate for debate's sake, that's fine and that's fun, but then you can't be irritable when they are bringing up the biggest flaw in your debate argument. That sucks. I'm sorry you staked out your position in a really hard place to defend, but you picked it. You live with it. I've been there. I've picked places and I've had opinions that I've wanted to defend and papers and ideas and concepts that I want to defend that I know is, oh boy, this is going to be really unpopular and or this is going to be really difficult. And God, I got torn to shit. I think I was ultimately wrong in some cases, but even if I wasn't, even in the places that I wasn't wrong and I still walked away fairly convinced I was right and I
did the best to defense the good. I wasn't upset that people were challenging me really hard on this. It's like, yeah, I picked a pretty notable place. And more importantly, I'm also going to acknowledge this on the outset. Like, look, yeah, I can't solve for that one. I'm holding this position and I think it's the best way to solve these problems yet. But yeah, that right now I haven't done the full math on how my solution, my theory works in this particular moment. So I simply concede. I will 100% concede that aspect right now because I know I can't win. Or if I do have something I'm going to defend, and if I get my ass handed to me, I get my ass handed to me. It happens. Getting angry or frustrated that somebody has caught you on a really problematic problem. It's just poor sportsmanship.
And to know exactly what to do about it. The answer I gave to the gentleman who is sitting here before you is that it's necessary to read a text like the Bible at all of its levels of analysis simultaneously. And there's a directional morality that emerges across time that has its roots in the Old Testament, for example.
So again, it's looking at he likes going into meta narrative things. So looking at, rather than looking at the nuance in here, he's trying to look at like the overall kind of meaning, message, idea presented in the novel, and ignoring the fact that due to the fallibility of the author or the characters or some other kind of thing, that there are often contradictory moments in this novel that contradicted themselves. There's that overall majority, 85%, leans towards these ideas being good kind of sentiment. That's kind of what he's going here.
Example, with its restrictions against murder specifically, that makes itself manifest.
And again, this is where we might kind of quibble, is that it has restrictions against murder and it says oftentimes murder is bad, but its definition of murder is oftentimes extremely limited. Even when you want to say, oh, the Bible says that murder is bad, it's kind of like this. It kind of does, but like its definition of murder is incredibly fine and ultimately not particularly morally useful, because while it might be against murder, killing, it's not necessarily against, because it seems to be perfectly fine in many stories with killing someone. But murder, I guess, is not allowed. But many of the killings, as we would define them, and as we might define even in the past, like some of the killings that are commanded and allowed in the Bible are just, most of them are not particularly effectively defensible. You can't really defend them particularly well. So again, this whole like, oh, the Bible says, the command is thou shalt not kill. That's one of the most important ones. That's nice, but it's like, problem is that comes down and then there's still tons of stuff afterwards that still says, yeah, killing is kind of okay. Okay, well, what's the difference between killing and murder? Well, murder is killing that's unjustified. Okay, well, what makes it unjustified? Well, God said so. We're getting trouble here.
In the Christian texts as the insistence on voluntary self-sacrifice as the foundational belief. That's a profoundly anti-violence ethos.
Yes, kind of. Though that seems more New Testament than anything, but sure, we'll go with that. But even then, I'm not even sure if that's 100% there. And again, it's profoundly anti-violence. So if you look at it as a whole, and you look at the message it wanted to say, it says, self-sacrifice is good, violence generally bad. Okay. But if this, like, why can't we just pick a different text that has the same message, that doesn't have quite so many goddamn contradictory, problematic elements? Why can't we simply update it? Why can't we have a Bible 3.0 that completely and utterly, more importantly, why hasn't God come down and given us more, a revision of this Bible? He did with the New Testament. Why can't he come down and do it again? and just make sure it's very clear if there's a God figure. But even if it's not, again, maybe the atheism is the newest form of Christianity that has eliminated all of the ugly, unnecessary, and bad aspects of Christianity, and it kept all the good stuff. It's the evolved form of this. Why can't we see it as such?
Have the belief in your theology.
Well, what do you think of that? Wait a sec. Now, redress
So
what I just said.
So I'm about to address it, but I'm
Okay.
addressing it with a question. Do you think that God is by his very essence perfect?
You'll have to provide more.
Sure, just like maximally great in all like the
think
great
it's a
making
definition.
qualities.
Sure.
Yeah,
By
like
definition.
flawless. Yeah. So
Okay, so
does a
wait a
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a
change?
sec.
Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or would a flawless thing say, here's what's good, here is the absolute good thing to do at all circumstances in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth.
does
That's one.
that's totally fine, but
No,
presumably
no. You don't get to skate over
because this
that
is a
with
straw
that's
man.
totally.
I mean, he can say that. That's fine. Yeah, that's one. The problem is that why did God, if we're doing this, if God is perfect and maximally perfect, why did God give us the perfect answer when it comes to speak the truth, but then give us such a flawed, broken, crappy one when it comes to like murder and killing and justification of defense or or owning of slaves? Why is he so messy with all this other stuff? Like, again, if he's perfect, why did he just give us the perfect message? But then we can go into the later on of this. But again, he can absolutely kind of like, again, I'm sorry, that's kind of a weak defense. Like, yeah, that's nice. That's great. That's very good. Speak the truth. That's a great one. All right. But what about all the other ones? Like, again, it's this ignores the entire thrust of the argument. Is that the thrust was it's a perfect, maximally perfect being. A maximally perfect being doesn't make mistakes, and that doesn't speak in half truths. It doesn't do these things. Why would it do these things? It seems illogical. Give us the actual 100% truth, 100% there of all the answers, and then we can live according to that. Rather than give us, okay, I'll give you the perfect form of A value, the truth, but then the rest of them we're going to give you just this muddy shit.
Here's what's good. Here is the absolute good thing. Wait,
Tell
so
the truth. That's one.
That's totally fine, but
No,
presumably
no. You don't get to skate over
because
that
this is a
with
straw
that's
man.
totally fine.
It's a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So
In what
the
way?
argument
No,
is
wait,
that God,
wait a sec. You
Well, I'm
said
already waiting a
find
sec.
one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
He never said that. He didn't say define one.
Sure.
Yeah,
by
like
definition.
flawless. Yeah. So
Okay, so
does a
wait a
flawless
sec,
thing
wait a
change?
sec.
Does a flawless thing reveal like more and better information over time, or would a flawless
Does a flawless thing reveal more and better information over time, or does it reveal it all in one go? Like, this is somewhat illogical. Why isn't it doing this all the time? Now, there's some ways to get around this and try to do some Christian apologetics for why this is so. I've heard more than a few, but remember what his claim, argument, or question is here is, or the counter question is, not provide me with one bit of evidence of him giving us a perfect thing. It's, does he do this? Like this, it's obvious, like the one doesn't matter. Because if I am claiming to be a perfect being and have one perfect correct answer, I'm 100% student. I get 100% on all tests. Okay, take the test, and I get a 67, or I get 5 questions right and 25 of them wrong. Oh, sorry, I was here in construction outside. I was distracted. Anyway, if I get, 5 questions right and 25 of them wrong, you can't just say, well, I can't just say, well, I got this question right. Well, hold on a second. You asked for me of evidence of me giving a question 100% right. It's like, no, I asked if I am perfect. What we were saying is, if you are a perfect student, why are you giving me imperfect answers? You gave me one perfect answer. Sure, that might be implied there, but you gave me imperfect answers. This is not, again, that is not what that kid, what this young man said at all. He wasn't asking for an evidence of a perfect answer. He's asking, why are all of the answers not perfect? One of the answers might be perfect, but all the rest of them, the things that God said, are broken shards of glass. They're fragmented to hell and back again.
Things say, here's what's good, here is the absolute good thing to do at all.
And again, I think maybe he got confused by good thing to do.
And he's focusing on this
Circumstances in time.
for all circumstances and time. Like, so he focused on like, okay, well, I can give you an example of one absolute good for all circumstances of time is that to tell the truth. That's an example, but he wasn't asking for an example at all. He was asking because it's obvious, or he was either asking for Jordan Peterson to prove, which he can't, that the answers that God provides, all of these lessons, all these things, are absolutely true in all points in time. Not just one of them is absolutely true at all points in time, but that all of them are. Why did he not have all of them be true at all points in time?
Well, we know some of that.
Again, we know some. That's the problem. Some, not all.
Wait,
Tell
so
the truth. That's one.
that's totally fine, but
No,
presumably...
no. You don't get to skate over
because
that
this is a
with
straw
that's
man.
totally fine.
It's a straw man of my position. It's a straw man of the argument. So
In what-
I'm not actually sure it would be a straw man technically, but it is a reduction of it to some degree. You know, you're reducing it somewhat to a straw man to an easier to defeat position.
the argument is that God...
wait a sec. You
Well, I'm already
said
waiting a
find
sec.
one maxim that's transcendent across situations.
And again, even if he's paraphrasing, like that's not like he said none of those words. And even if you want to paraphrase it again, putting words in somebody's mouth is not good. Don't do that. Like Jordan Peterson gets really testy when people do that to him. Don't do that to other people, Jordan. That's what you're doing right here. You are absolutely paraphrasing in a really bad way what he said. And he did not say that at all. Not even, you can't even indicate that.
I didn't
And
say
I
any
just
of
did.
those words. I'm not sure what
Okay,
conversation you're
rephrase.
a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. If we're going to have a
All right. Here's the thing that I would say right now. I think Jordan Peterson needs to have somebody slap him really fucking hard across the face, as hard as he can, as hard as they can. Just full on smack him. Have that great metaphysical bonding with the physical and the metaphysical be bonded in one singular moment of realizing I'm being an asshole. I'm being an arrogant, judgmental shithead, and I am talking to somebody, a human being, worthy of respect, worthy of love, worthy of care, who has come to a different conclusion than I have, and I should respect the lived experience, the love, and all that stuff that they have. I should respect them because, again, the kid is experiencing a fairly unfair moment of somebody very clearly, deliberately misusing and attributing words to him that is not true. And again, he's flustered and he gives the slightest bit of snark. And Jordan Peterson responds with this condescending, I won't talk to you. Don't you give me lip, boy. He's not a boy. He's your interlocutor. You are in a debate. He is of equal value to you. That's why you're sitting at a table of equal value. That's why you're staring at each other. That's why you're not on a throne, Jordan Peterson. Get off your fucking high horse. If somebody spoke to me like that after I gave them the slightest, I might slap the shit out of them. But then again, I tend to be, maybe align with perhaps too much of a brutal past of, you talk shit, get hit. If you talk that much shit and you express that much disrespect, you should be prepared that somebody might want to respond with some violence. And that's not unjustifiable.
across
I
situations.
didn't
and
say
I
any
just
of
did.
those words. I'm not sure what
Okay,
conversation you're
rephrase.
a part of.
Don't be a smartass.
I'm sorry.
Seriously, I mean it. We're
Seriously,
going to have
I mean it.
serious conversation. Conduct yourself properly.
Conduct yourself properly. Now, maybe he thinks, well, I am not meaning this in like defense of myself. I'm doing this for the kid's benefit. One, he's not your fucking student. He is your equal. And you can teach equals lessons, but you have to treat them as equals. And he is your equal. He is sitting there. He is your interlocutor. He is your debate opponent. He is your equal. You treat him with respect. And when he treats you with lack of disrespect, that doesn't mean you immediately can disrespect him back in kind. More importantly, you should have some degree of sense of proportionality. This immediate, and again, I think Jordan Peterson has been talked up so much by his followers that he believes himself to be this infallible fucking guru. This absolutely pisses me off. This degree of disrespect, this degree of self-righteous bullshit, that pisses me off. Don't do that. I mean it. If we're going to have a productive if we're going to have a serious conversation, we can't do this. I'm sorry. How many times has he made some sneering, snarking little moment, some little passe thing, some small little bissing here and there, some hand wavy bit? He's done this more than a few times to people who were not being snarky in return. He's done that a lot. Goes around, comes around. You can put your eyebrows down and get your serious face off, because I'm sorry. Again, that doesn't work on me. Again, if I'm in that position, I'm not slapping, but that kind of serious kind of thing like that, I'm sorry. I am not a child anymore. I am not some young whippersnapper, barely fresh in college or whatever. I have gone through professional stuff. I am someone of learned capacity. And I have enough confidence and enough, again, doubt of myself. And I've spent enough time doubting myself. And I know I'm not the smartest or the best or the finest. But I also know that I'm not the dumbest. Not the truest dumbest. I might be pretty dumb, but I'm not the dumbest. And I know what value I have. And I value my value. I know what I've done. And I know it's not nothing. And I'm not going to let anybody try to take that position, especially in a setting like this. We're of equals. You don't get to do that. I might not respond with an extreme aggression or anything like that, but I'm sorry, you put that big frowny dad voice on me, doesn't work. I'm only angry on the behalf of this kid, but again, if that's directed at me, it doesn't work. Doesn't work at all. That's rain off a duck's back. It's like, oh, well, okay, yeah. Are you gonna get serious? You gonna break out the belt, Daddy? Come on. I'm sorry. I'm not afraid of the dark anymore, and I'm not scared of what goes bump in the night, and I'm not scared of an older male getting frowny faced at me. Because quite frankly, I'm starting to get to the point where I'm the older male in a lot of situations, or at least enough. So I'm sorry. No. You don't get to treat me like a child and use those same tricks and tips and little shorthand bits to get compliance. Don't get to do that anymore. Doesn't work.
Okay. Rephrase your question so that, because I must have missed it. I tried to answer it.
No, you didn't. You fucked up massively. You answered the question you wanted to do. Now, again, he's coming back here, but again, the kid just didn't deserve this. He's the slightest bit of fucking attitude. Doesn't deserve that. And then, oh, well, let's go back to being friends. I'm going to be doing this now. I'm sorry, that's a terrible teacher behavior. Maybe I'm too soft. Maybe I'm too hard. Maybe I'm too weird, whatever. But it's just like, this just isn't conducive to being a good teacher, even if he wants to take that role of teacher and student, which is not necessarily appropriate in this situation. You want to take that power dynamic, then, again, I'm sorry. This kid is doing what every young man should do. He's challenging you. And you can beat him in multiple ways. But using this weird sub-authority, I'm older than you, that's not a valid way of beating him. That's kind of like saying all of a sudden you're in a sparring match, you're a sparring partner, you're not referee, and if all of a sudden the kid throws a blow at you and hits you, maybe a little bit harder than necessary, that doesn't mean you go 100% on him. That doesn't also mean that you also call the police and have him arrested for assault. You're in a sparring match and he throws a punch. Maybe it's instead of 50%, it's 60, 70%. Maybe you back up and again, did it hurt? Did it actually do anything? Maybe you throw a slightly harder punch, maybe, but again, this just, the analogy maybe is breaking down, but again, I just get off your fucking high horse. And again, this would not have happened. Take responsibility for your actions. This would not have happened. This comment here, I might have gotten it wrong. Rephrase your question. I might have gotten it wrong. That's not really an effective way of taking that. If he had jumped straight to that, like, okay, well, let's maybe go back. Maybe I got your question wrong. Rephrase it. I mean, if that's incorrect. This whole don't be a smartass, don't be this way. Cut that out. You're the one who caused the problem first by misunderstanding him clearly. Ask him to rephrase.
So in my mind, I guess by my lights, a perfect being doesn't change. A perfect being, if they're maximally good, maximally moral.
Does our understanding of the perfect being change?
Our understanding might, but
Okay, how do
presumably
we
what the perfect being is revealing.
Well, I agree. How do we distinguish between that, though, at the human level?
How do we distinguish between whether...
Between our transforming understanding of perfection and perfection itself.
Between our...
we can only see through our own lenses.
Presumably a perfect being would be revealing all...
Yeah, but here's the problem. We can only see through our lens. But nothing in that story, again, how do I rephrase that story? How do I re-examine that story of Amalek? Again, how do I, again, you're basically at this point, it has less to do, our understanding of the text has less to do with the text and the actual evidence in there, rather than the imaginings of what the text said based on other people's traditions and thoughts or whatever. At a certain point, then the text no longer matters because I'm not even engaging with the text anymore. I'm engaging with, like, again, I'm not reading Moby Dick. I'm just reading literature written about Moby Dick. At a certain point, then ultimately, again, was Moby Dick perfect? Or are we creating a perfect new text through our analysis, our imaginings of this? Why do you even need the book in the first place? More importantly, it starts to end up becoming a massive problem.
All of these aspects all the time, especially if God's outside of time. I don't know how a God who's outside of time is revealing different things at different times. That just seems like incoherent to me.
Imagine something that's perfect.
Sure.
And complete.
Sure.
Okay, and it's trying to communicate with creatures who are anything but that.
Sure.
Why are we not perfect? Oh, because he gave us free will. Why is free will not perfect? Well, free will, we want to add the possibility of failure. Or of being wrong. Why is that? Again, God can define free will in any way, shape, or form. And more importantly, he can design the world in any shape or form. Like, why, again, this goes back into the fundamental thing of why does evil exist and the issues of this entire argument. And there's many theistic and, theological kind of arguments around this, but, and atheistic arguments around it. But again, this goes back into the fundamental problem of evil. Like, this is a massive problem that doesn't really get solved particularly well in my experience, but maybe I'm missing it. But they're dealing with imperfect beings. Again, the whole thing is predicated on a greater problem that you can't address. And it fails miserably. Oh, how do you express this in imperfect beings? Doesn't matter. Because if the imperfect beings are going to be engaging with this because they believe in you and you are God, and no matter what, they can't not engage with you to some degree, if they are doing anything at all, eventually, by simple process, they will understand the message. So you give them the perfect message that maybe only like only 10% of it is truly understood, and the rest is completely misunderstood for centuries and centuries until later on we understand the rest of the like 20 or 30% more of, and we now have a 30% perfect understanding of this, and then we continue onwards. Okay. Problem is that I don't know how you understand Amalek. And maybe, oh, well, eventually it's like, well, then again, you're just arguing that eventually it'll all make sense. Have faith. And it's just like this doesn't have any replicatability, irritability. Like this doesn't, I don't know how to judge this value. This is just a completely, utterly nonsensical. And ultimately, I'm just going to go try finding correct values. And I'm not going to spend any time really considering how do I make this nonsensical story sensical. I'm just going to go find different stories that seem to have sensical things, and again, if you want to stick with your old stories, that's fine. I'm gonna go on different ones and see if I can find something somewhere else. Maybe eventually we'll all meet up in the perfect position. You're just dogmatically insisting we follow one path, and I just don't think that works. And he's going to say, "Oh, I'm not saying that at all," but it kind of is. You kind of are.
They're going to get it wrong.
Sure.
Okay, now wait a sec. Do you blame that on the interpreters or the phenomena itself?
I can blame it on the phenomena if, again, the interpreters can't understand it. Why give it to them? That's another thing. Okay, why didn't God give us only 3 commandments, or give us only 20% when we could understand that 20%, and then later on he comes in with the New Testament, he gives us another 20%, and then maybe in the 12th century he comes back down and says, okay, here's another 20%, and then comes back down a little later in maybe the 18th century and says, okay, here's another 20%, you're at 80% now, you're doing pretty good. And then he comes back now in around 2025 and he says, okay, here's another 10%. Why? If he knows we're imperfect, why give us all information, or why give us half-assed bad ones? Oh, well, it's the process by doing the finding of this. Well, then again, the value isn't in him. The value is in finding the thing or discovering the thing, though the thing might have value. But again, notice we can go back to the previous conversation. So where he talked about, it's more the process of finding it, and the process is enacting the value of the thing that you're looking for or something. It doesn't work. He doesn't realize that there's so many pieces in here, like the Bible, that don't fit together.
So
like, for example, are you perfect in attending to your conscience?
Hold on. At the point in time when God is literally the one who created us, he could have created us in a way where we would always be receptive to these principles, where we don't have to go across like a learning curve where, maybe we'll understand
not maintain free will.
thousands of...
Yes, we can. He didn't say that we are determined. He said receptive, but that's a small little thing. He could give us the ability to be receptive to the perfect word, and then give us perfect understanding of this. So there's no slaying of children in Amalek, because that's ultimately a bad thing. There's no blah, 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 this or that. There's none of this kind of weird, wonky shit. He just gives us these perfect things. And then he creates us to have the ability to understand them, but then allows us to misunderstand them. Great. Okay. But, okay, so then the people who wrote down the Bible, the translators, they misunderstood the message when it was given to them, and they wrote it down wrong. Well, then, like, again, do I want to go through the work of trying to reverse engineer what the actual message was that was so mangled by the translator? Or could I just try to find the message itself, the ideal, if this is so self-evident and so just fundamentally the correct way of being? Why don't I just find correct ways of being and ignore the bad translation? I'm left confused.
Years, thousands of years into the future, maybe we'll do it. Oh, also, if you believe in an all-knowing God, then free will is impossible, because
Wait
if
a sec. Wait, let's
well,
I mean, yeah, that is kind of impossible, but all right.
because
Yeah.
you threw free will into the mix.
Well, that was the answer to your question.
Yeah,
No.
You
I'm
said,
saying
why
that that's
wouldn't God...
incoherent.
Well,
It's
1,000
contradictory.
years of deep thinking philosophers would disagree with you.
Yeah,
But
and
No. That's a terrible comment, and so let me explain why that's bad. 1,000 years of philosophers would disagree with you. Not necessarily. More importantly, what you don't seem to acknowledge is that those 1,000 years of philosophers disagreed with themselves. Because that's kind of how philosophy and oftentimes science and thought is done, is somebody comes up with a theory. That theory is tested by the next generation, and the correct parts of it are reaffirmed, the incorrect parts are thrown away, and a new theory is developed that encompasses the correct parts that we did understand, but then doesn't or tries to avoid the incorrect parts and postulates new correct parts, and so on and so forth. It is built upon these things. People make guesses, and then they are proven wrong or right based upon the thought around them. So this idea that there's a cohesive 1,000 years of thought on this that is all in agreement, or at least in majority of agreement, blah blah blah, and that doesn't really work with your whole iterability and replicatability, because oftentimes a lot of their thought isn't particularly replicatable, and even when it is replicatable, it's sporadic and not particularly applicable across all things, and that lack of applicability is a major contention. And again, you're ignoring the long tradition of more atheistic. There's well over 100 plus years, 200 years of generally atheistic argumentation that would contradict some of this Christian theology that you're trying to do. There's no free will. It's like, well, again, just because you're ignorant of where philosophy has advanced and the advancements of philosophy, or the thoughts that have been tried out and people have done the math and done the philosophical work and gone, yeah, so this one doesn't actually work for XYZ reasons if we're to hold these principles to be true, blah, 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 blah. And then some people can come back and go, yeah, that's kind of true, but actually I think maybe this answer, da, 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 da. And then other people test and so on and so forth. So this whole idea that there's tradition, again, this is this weird flattening of history that many theists often do. It's the same thing that flat earthers or anti-evolutionists kind of do, is that they always point to, like, Darwin said this, but that's not necessarily true based on what we've seen, so therefore evolution is wrong. Well, Darwin is wrong. We've improved upon Darwin. We had Darwin start an idea, and then there's gaps in that idea, and people filled in that gaps and started, and there's now neo-Darwinism. Then there's the thing that comes after neo-Darwinism, which I can never remember what the hell it's called. Doesn't really matter. There's more advancements that include the correct observations, a new theory that's new on itself, that comes with the same answers that a previous equation came up with that we knew were correct, but then doesn't have the flawed answers that the old equation created. It's such a anti-intellectual comment, because it really is. It's completely denying, flattening, and misunderstanding the entire idea of intellectual pursuit and critical thinking.
And 1,000 years of, or at least like the last 50 years of philosophers would disagree with you. These analytic philosophers.
Yeah.
People like Graham Oppie make arguments about the incompatibility of omniscience and
Yeah, you're ignoring it. Honestly, I would say it's not just 50 years, it's actually quite a bit more than that. But yeah, you're ignoring, congratulations, you pointed out this thing, but then you're ignoring that there's also been major advancements that would suggest, like, so there's people that deny free will, there are compatibilists, there's anti-free will, there's pro-free will, and there's compatibilists. And I think those are the three primary positions that are, again, broad categories that include many different theoretical hypotheses that are categorized as such, but oftentimes are quite distinct from each other, even within the group. So this flattening and this, they all say 1,000 years say X, like, not really. Even if I were to look at that, and the ones that are arguing free will exists, there's major differences between one person's argument that free will exists and another theorist's argument that free will exists. And they're not always particularly compatible with each other.
free will, that if God created this world, if he chose this world instead of that world, then he makes it causally inevitable every single action that you were going to make. If he made a world where we were just electrons in love, then none of this would have happened. But by making us in this world, knowing exactly what's going to happen in the future, it makes all of those events inevitable, which means that they're all causally determined, which means that we have no free will if you believe in an all-good God or an all-knowing God that made everything.
Yeah, that yeah, that's a decent enough explanation of kind of one of that kind of perspective. I don't think I've read that particular philosopher. I haven't done a ton with the analytic tradition, but or even looked at like free will. It's not really my jam, but that's kind of a good summation of the major things that the free will doesn't really exist. I think I can't remember what it is. So one theorist came up with this kind of pithy comment, and I think it was a compatibilist that kind of made the idea, or said this when somebody asked him, "Do you believe if free will exists?" And his comment was, and I'm going to be paraphrasing poorly here, was that the only the only choice I don't have is the choice to not choose. And it's, and in essence, what that's kind of getting at is that by creating this world, I am bound by the choices. So you can look at it like this. There can be an infinite number of potential alphabetical symbolic things that represent an alphabet. If God picks, but God created the alphabet, the A, B, C, D, E, F, G, all those letters, right? Oh, but you have free will to choose. Yeah, but I don't have free will to choose not A, not B, not C, not D, not F. I don't have the ability to choose anything other than that. By creating a world that has all of these components in it, and the definitive there, my ultimate I don't have free will. I have free choice of a selection. And more importantly, I don't even have, technically, I don't even have free choice. I have choice because I don't have the freedom to not choose. So I don't have free will to be whatever I want. And I don't have the ability to not choose. So no matter what, so again, the only thing I have is choice. And choice is always a positive thing. I'm either choosing A, B, C, D, da, 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 da. I can't not choose. It is always the choice. So again, that's kind of another roundabout way of explaining out what this kid was referencing.
Well, have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the free will theodicy fails.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean have it your way.
Okay, cool. So then the free will theodicy fails.
Well, it fails for you. That doesn't mean you've disproved it. I mean,
yeah, but the very nature, whatever, again, talk about hand wavy and a little bit of attitude and hand waviness. Doesn't want to engage with the modern understanding of free will, or at least the anti-free will perspective.
Do you want to respond to the argument?
Yes, you tried to make a case for a causally deterministic universe. I don't think there's any evidence for that at all.
Do you think that God could have created a different universe than the one that he created?
I have no idea.
Okay, so then there's going to be a double bind, right? So either he couldn't have done it, in which case he lacks a power, or he could have done it, in which case we don't have free will, because he chose this world instead of that world, making the events of this world instead of that world.
Yeah, God's original choice to create the universe as he created it precludes and precedes all other choices. So you don't have free will, free choice, because you can't choose to exist in a reality created by a different God or a different reality. This is the one you have. Again, you only can choose the alphabetical letters that have been defined in the alphabet that God has chosen.
Inevitable with his infallible knowledge.
I don't understand where you're headed.
Well, it just means that the free will defense fails. Like all this, under your view,
if you want to have it fail, no problem. I don't know why it's relevant to the issue we're discussing.
Do you acknowledge that under your view, free will doesn't exist?
No.
Oh.
So it's a roundabout way, but again, it's getting into the weeds. Why are you get into the weeds all the goddamn time? So we're getting into the weeds, and you're wanting to talk about, again, these choices or whatever, and these stories. This goes back into the choices. Let's see where he takes it.
Do you want to respond to the argument?
you'll have to phrase it more
Sure,
clearly
okay.
so that someone
So-
like me can understand
Yeah,
it.
yeah, gotcha. So God already knows in advance
Oh, sorry.
everything that's going to happen, which means that by making this world instead of that world, everything is inevitable, which means that God's act of causing this world instead of that
Inevitable
world,
doesn't mean determined.
it's causally inevitable if God chooses this world instead of that world.
Doesn't make
Causally,
it determined.
It it kind of does. He has predetermined this, like, in many ways it is fundamentally determined, because if I pre-select, like, again, I'm making dinner for the kids. You're a parent and you're making dinner for the kids, and you kids say to the kids, all right, kids, you have the choice. You can choose pizza, burgers, French fries, chicken nuggets. You can choose those. I've predetermined, through the fact that I didn't say you can have pasta, I predetermined that you could not, that there is no ability to choose this. So while I may not have determined the exact outcome of this, but again, if I'm all knowing, I know they're going to pick chicken nuggets because they always pick chicken nuggets. And I've just created the options to choose other things just for my own, I don't know, whimsy. I don't know. To give the illusion of choice. Because I know that if I tell them you're having chicken nuggets, they'll refuse just because they're assholes. So I'll tell them, hey, we can have chicken nuggets or pizza. And they always say chicken nuggets. Ah, there you go. You had free will to choose. But it's like, yeah, but I know you're not ever going to choose pizza. I don't know.
causally inevitable means determined.
No, it doesn't.
Absolutely, yes, it does.
Well, have it your way.
No, that's not let's have it or your way. That's a fundamental thing. All right, we're going to go ahead and stop here. Because this is a good place. Okay, let's pause there. We're gonna stop our stream here. That's perfect. Works out great. We will probably be posting this online again, part 2, and we'll finish up part 3 when we get a chance to, maybe tomorrow, but it might be at a later date. But we're working our way through this. Sorry, these are very long videos, but I prefer long, droning analysis of each individual step and problem that we're having here. If you would like more content like this, or if you would like me to elaborate a bit more, maybe bring in some essays and make them kind of more video essay kind of things, we can certainly do that. And I can bring in examples from, again, whatever Stanford philosophy stuff, or papers that are existent out there that I can get access to, academic sources that would support some of these claims and ideas or explanatory bits. I can do that. Your support would be certainly helpful in me being able to do that more effectively and to a greater extent. But until then, and until next time, thank you all for being here. Thank you for hanging out. And until that next time comes, I hope you have a good one.